ESPN presents the National Championship conducted by the United States Golf Association. Welcome to the opening round of the 94th U.S. Open Golf Championship. So you thought Pittsburgh meant football country. There's a tradition here that's even older than the Steelers. Oakmont Country Club, nestled just 15 miles east, upriver near the Allegheny, before it even thinks about its confluence with the Monongahela and the Ohio. The U.S. Open has been contested since before the turn of the century, and for the 7th time it'll be decided here at Oakmont. The echoes of the past meet the legends of the present head on. There'll be those trying to recreate their magic, others trying to continue their magic, still others trying to find their magic. But they'd better count on finding it in their putters. U.S. Open greens are always lightning fast. They aren't as undulating as they are here at Oakmont. In Pittsburgh, they still love their steel curtain. This week, they'll love the man whose nerves are steel. And steel nerves will be needed to beat, if you can call it that, Oakmont Country Club. Fairways 28 yards wide, that's narrower than usual. 6 feet wide, not very far outside of that intermediate rough, and then trouble. Primary rough 5 inches deep. Many a ball can become lost. And oh yes, the stiff meter reading, which is how we tell how fast the greens are, 11.5. How fast is 11.5? This is Duffy Waldorf on 9 a short while ago. He just tapped it. Trust me, he tapped it. 11.5 on the stiff meter may as well be 11.5 on the Richter scale. Your basic chip and a putt needed to hole out. Those that mastered the greens and fairways and the elements here at Oakmont at the U.S. Open in the past, Tommy Armour, who birdied 18, the 72nd and final hole to force a playoff and win it in 1927. Local Pittsburgh pro Sam Parks won it in 1935, first to break 300. Ben Hogan went wire to wire for his 4th and final U.S. Open in 1953. The celebrated playoff between Jack Nicklaus, his first win as a pro, when he bested legend, certainly local legend, and soon-to-be national and worldwide legend Arnold Palmer. Johnny Miller with his record-breaking 63 on the final Sunday in 1973, and 11 years ago it was Larry Nelson. The rains forced them to complete the 4th and final round on Monday. He won at about 11 a.m. on a Monday morning. Thus far, it's from Japan, Jumbo Ozaki, of the early players, who has gone out and shot the best. He is 3 under through 8. He birdied 1, 3, and 4. The Brit Colin Montgomery is 2 under, along with Emlyn Aubrey. Alwyn Brown had a nice 33 on the front side, but he has since bogeyed a couple, and those are the very early leaders. And here are some of your other big names who are on the course. Faldo and Price and Daly, Chip Beck, Ben Crenshaw are even on the early holes. Hello once again, everybody. I'm Chris Berman. We're so glad you could join us here at History. Well, the place just reeks of history here at Oakmont, the 94th U.S. Open. If it's golf you like, well, you're at the right place, because between those of us here at ESPN and our ABC brethren, the next 4 and, oh, by the way, maybe 5 days, if there's a playoff, there is every 3 or 4 years, you know, we'll be covering just about every shot for you at the U.S. Open. We'll be with you here this morning into the afternoon till 3. Take a short time out around the turn. Then we'll be back between 5 and 7. More evening coverage. Highlight show on the network ABC at 11:30. Same bat time tomorrow. And then Saturday and Sunday afternoons, ABC will have the coverage. And if there is a playoff, ESPN and ABC will bring that to you on Monday afternoon from Oakmont, just east of Pittsburgh. Well, the story here, do you like it hot? You love it at Oakmont. Yesterday, a record high in the Pittsburgh area, 97 degrees. Today, an expected record high again, 95 degrees. It's already 82 degrees. We're not even at 11 o'clock in the morning. Hazy, hot, and humid forecast over the weekend. Arctic blast expected to drop it to 90 by Sunday afternoon. So, mental fatigue, physical fatigue. Who can handle the elements, both the heat and the course? Maybe it'll be one of the veterans that step forward, as so often happens at the U.S. Open. Of course, last year at Baltusrol, Lee Jansen became the first man in his 20s to win a U.S. Open since our ESPN compatriot Andy North did it back in 1978. Jansen won last week at Westchester. Can he defend his Open title That'll be one of the stories we'll follow. Foreigners at the U.S. Open. Well, not very often. Only 3 foreign players have won this championship in the last 50 years. Gary Player, Tony Jacklin, the last David Graham in 1981. We mention it because there's only one man that can win the Grand Slam of golf, Jose Maria Olazabal of Spain. He, of course, the Masters champ, hitting it very well during his practice rounds. And then, of course, the memories. Arnold Palmer, special exemption, is here playing a U.S. Open at Oakmont for the 5th time. A 5th Open at the same course. He started back at 53 in that one. Arnold and Jack and the memories are here. Who will forge the new memories of 1994? Well, here is our lineup that will bring it to you from now to conclusion. Brent Musburger, Peter Allis, Steve Melnick, Jack Whitaker, Frank Hannigan to keep us honest. On the course, our on-course reporters Bob Rosberg, Mark Rolfing, Jerry Pate, who won this event in the 70s, and Judy Rankin. They have the tough job because it's hot out there. They're already on the trail of these groups. Larry Nelson, Johnny Miller, and Jack Nicklaus, the last 3 winners here at Oakmont. They are on the 7th right now. Curtis Strange, back-to-back 88 and 89, playing with Nick Price, who many feel, yours truly included, could win this year. And Crenshaw, they are off at 9. Nick Faldo, is this his year? He's playing with Jeff Sluman and Bernhard Langer. They are out on the course. Tom Kite, John Daly, Andy North, winners of majors for sure. Kite just at Pebble 2 years ago this tournament. Payne Stewart, Mark Calcavecchia, and Seve Ballesteros. Another exemption. He is back. He tied for the lead after 3 rounds. That was his best Open here at Oakmont in '83. And the youngster from South Africa, Ernie Els, raised some eyebrows last week, finishing 2nd to Jansen at Westchester. Well, we've set the stage for you. And now the man that has won the U.S. Amateur title back in 1969 on this very course, Steve Melnick. Has it really been 25 years already?
Well, Chris, I know when I look in the mirror every morning, I have hair back then. I don't have any hair now, so that's how I know it's been 25
Join the
years.
club.
Jumbo Ozaki, 3 under par, off to a quick, good play this morning. And Ozaki here at the par 5 ninth. It can be reached in 2. Ozaki extremely long, large bunkers to the right, protect the right-hand side of the landing area, but this is absolutely perfect. He'll have a mid to long iron 2nd shot to this par 5 green. Emlyn Aubrey, somewhat of a surprise, playing in his 4th Open. This was moments ago at the par 4 14th. That was his tee shot here. Players will be laying up from the teeing ground with a long iron as a number of bunkers flank this landing area. There you see this lovely golf course. At one time there were 350 bunkers on the golf course. Now there's only 190. And now live, this is Emlyn Aubrey with his 2nd shot. 14 is truly a birdie hole. It's very short, playing at only 356 yards. Wedge, 9 under at the most. Very nice. Very receptive flag stick here at the 14th. Corey Pavin at 9.
Pavin from 275 yards after a very short drive. He's got it in the left-hand rough.
Pavin, one of the early favorites, but struggling 3 over par through 8 holes. Many thought his shot-making skills would lend itself nicely to the narrow confines of the fairways. And now Ozaki will be next to play here at 9.
204 yards to the hole. Flagstick cut on the front right today, only 16 on, a very tricky pin placement. Jumbo with a 5 iron. Uphill shot, ball's hanging to the right, and just looked like it could have been a little longer.
Well, Jerry got lucky. He bounced over the bunker. He's just in the edge of the first cut of rough. Ozaki was a real factor at the '89 Open at Oak Hill. In fact, at one time was tied for the lead during the play of the final 9 on Sunday, so he can handle these open elements. We are early in the 94th playing of the United States Open. A foreigner is at the top. Can he remain? Corey Paving looking over his third shot here at 9, and its most distinctive feature, the front part of this green, is the 9th. Well, the back part, that's the putting green. It's not unusual to see players simply putting out on 9 and the players behind them simply oblivious to play going on just 30 or 40 feet away. Now, Frank Hannigan, what happens if, say, your second shot or third shot runs past the 9th and it comes into the cup, putting cup?
Well, that's a hole made by a greenkeeper, Mr. Melnick, as you well know, and therefore that's treated automatically as ground under repair. You get to pick it out for no penalty, place it on the edge of the hole.
There you have it, and there you see the speed of the greens. You have a lot of greens here that slope away. As Jack Nicklaus said, these are large greens that don't play large. Now, Emlyn Aubrey. This is a very makeable putt. This is one of the flattest, straightest putts any golfer will find on the golf course. So Mr. Aubrey, who is playing on the Nike Tour, one of the qualifiers. There are 159 players in the field, 156 pros, 6 amateurs. 69 players were exempt, and there were 90 qualifiers available among the 6,010 entrants in this year's U.S. Open Championship. This is truly the national championship of U.S. golf. Now, Colin Montgomery, his tee shot here at 9. That had to go right. Anytime you see a player with a very steep swing come out of it early, he's going to lose it right. And now Corey Pavin set to play his 4th at 9.
9th green is really a very difficult green. As you could see, Corey playing his third shot, ball rolled through. He's right in the shortcut of rough, going to pitch it up with a sand wedge, and you will be able to see just how fast these greens are here at Oakmont.
Not only do you have to have touch, you have to have imagination to play shots around these greens. It's difficult to imagine that some of these greens break as much as they do. Now, this is David Ogren. This is the most tilted green on the golf course. Watch this. It's as though it did a U-turn at the hole. That's a terrific effort for Mr. Ogren, who is currently 1 under par. Now, Jadon Blake, who actually got in this field when Steve Elkington dropped out with sinus problems. Watch how fast this is coming down the hill. Picks up speed. The most dreaded words in golf, you're still away. So Jadon, perhaps without the advantage of playing a number of practice rounds, as Elkington pulled out during the practice rounds here this week. Now Ozaki will be next. Jerry, is that ball up against the grass in a way that he can't get his putter on it?
Well, he is going to use a putter, and Jumbo, of course, well-schooled on open golf. And the thing I like about what I'm seeing with Jumbo, he's shooting right at the flagstick. And on a golf course like Oakmont, you need to hit at the flagstick. If you play safe and away from the hole, most of the time you're putting downhill away from the hole, or it's tougher to two-putt it than it is to get it up and down, in most cases, from missing the green. Very makeable eagle putt here.
Ooh.
Well, it kind of hung it up in the collar there.
Well, he's left it under the hole. It is hot, it is humid, there is not a breath of air here at Oakmont. record highs yesterday in the Pittsburgh area of 97, broke the old record by 4 degrees, and these players are taking it one step at a time. Now Jadon Blake will be next to attempt a 2-putt here. You'll see this a lot during these 4 rounds as player upon player misjudges or misreads a long approach putt. I think the pace of play will be very slow this week as a result of players having to work hard at 2-putting. Well, the 9th is historically the easiest hole at Oakmont during all of championship play here. If you don't make birdie, you're frustrated. If you make bogey, you're really upset. Now this is Pavin's putt for par. Strengths of his game, as we said earlier, shot making, and secondly, putts of this length.
Well, I think that's primarily due to the fact Corey's a very aggressive putter. You don't see him lag the ball into the hole from this distance. He takes it back and gives it a good wrap. And, of course, on greens like this, that's a gamble, but you have to have confidence in your ability to hit it on line.
And that's what he did, Jerry. So par for Pavin after a poor tee shot. 2 par 5s on the front, the 4th of the 9th. So par of 36 going out, 35 coming in. As Ozaki now looks over this putt for birdie. This will be quite an opening 9. This will tell players that have yet to tee off, hey, there are some birdies to be made out there. He has this for 32. Yeah. Well done. I must say that there were those of us who played here yesterday did not think that there was 4 under par in the round yesterday. Perhaps that was the way we played, not the way the course was set up. So Jumbo Ozaki with an opening 9 of 32 as we look back at Scott Hoke.
That was from 230 yards, and Scott's lost it way right.
Actually got a break. He caught the right front bunker. Now Gil Morgan set to play.
Gil Morgan was even par through 3 holes and is now 7 over. Made a 9 at the 4th hole. That was from 225.
Now watch this ball. That's back on the part of the putting green. It'll roll back in this little trough, though. So Rossi, that was a 9 at the par 5 4th.
9 at the 4th, and then he bogeyed 6, 7, and 8.
Well, this most impressive group of Open champions has made their way to the 9th. Nicklaus, Nelson, and Miller. As Chris said at the top of the show, the 3 past Open champions here, and you literally exhaust the list of superlatives when you talk about Nicklaus. He's playing in his 38th consecutive Open. That's a record. Of course, he's won 4 U.S. Opens, runner-up 4 times. As we go to 10 and Ozaki. Yes, he used an iron, and yes, this is a 458-yard par 4, but this has been the most difficult hole on the golf course throughout the history of all championships played here, and it remains so again today. Nicklaus tee shot at 9. Coming off a terrific birdie at the par 3-8 to move back to even par.
is a beautiful drive right up the right-hand side. Have about 220 to the hole from there.
Rossi, is surprised at Nicklaus's play?
No, I'm not really. I know Jack wasn't playing very well coming into this tournament, but Steve, he has a way of getting it together. He's an amazing man, I'll tell you. He continues to amaze me every time he goes out to play.
Speaking of amazing, you look at Larry Nelson, you don't see 3 major championships in this golf swing. Ooh, huge advantage there.
It's coming in from the right side, from the correct side, let me say, Steve. He can get it around that bunker up to in front of the pin.
Johnny Miller next.
Another beautiful drive.
Corey Pavin now on the tee at the par 4 10th. Ooh, that is no good.
Almost 4 hours in to the opening round of the U.S. Open. Jumbo Ozaki, you saw his birdie on 9. 4 birdies on the front side. Already has a 2-shot lead over the Scot, Colin Montgomery and Emlyn Aubrey. Faldo and Price yet to make any sort of a move. You notice the name Curtis Strange at 1 under. Yes, expect him to be a factor this week. Just a hunch. Our coverage here at Oakmont will continue in a moment. Seve at 1 over through 3. Tom Kite with an early bogey. Ernie Els, low finishing foreigner in last year's Open at Baltusrol. Factor in this year's Masters and second last week at Westchester. Will this be his stage? Mark Calcavecchia, the British Open champ of a few years back, is at 1 over, just early going here. Let's go back over to Steve Melnick of the night.
Now Colin Montgomery has this longish putt for birdie. This young man surprised perhaps the United States following when at Pebble Beach he very nearly snatched that Open Championship away. He finished 3rd in very difficult conditions on Sunday's final round. A lot of people in Europe think that he could be the next great player there, although certainly Ernie Els is demonstrating the greatness all predicted for him. When asked, the foreign contingent will tell you they never see courses in Europe set up like they'll find Open Championships, particularly Oakmont. There's simply not this much grass over there. The greens aren't this fast. That's why we've only had 3 foreign winners, David Graham being the last in 1981. So a par for Montgomery. Opening 9 score of 34. Now this is David Bergagno, just turned pro, former Walker Cupper. And yes, folks, they are this fast. 10th is the most treacherous green here, the most tilted or sloped. Player not unlike a Corey Pavin, who gets a lot out of his game. Gil Morgan for birdie at 9. Well, that'll stop the bleeding for Dr. Gill. That was moments ago. Scott Hoke for birdie. Scott has a terrific open record. The man seems to enjoy the difficult elements. One of the terrific par 4s here at Oakmont. This is the 15th. This is the third shot of Emlyn Aubrey in trouble off the tee. Big sloping green, this 467-yard par 4. Very nicely done. So Aubrey with a birdie at 11 and the rest pars on the backside. Very good position. Now Larry Nelson, second shot at 9.
It's from 230. Out of the light rough, 5 wood. Gonna have to slide a little far left.
Very nicely done.
Nicklaus from 218. 3 iron.
Rossi, how much shorter is Nicklaus's backswing now? And we'll roll you back here 32 years. You played with Palmer in the last round in '62. How much shorter is Nicklaus's swing now than then?
Well, Jack used to get it back a little past parallel. Now he doesn't come close to getting it parallel. When he does, he hits it pretty well, but he hardly ever gets it there. Ball's got to hang on. It's a little right. Uncaught the bunker. Johnny Miller from 216 having a horrendous day. Just wonder if he's thinking, why am I out here? Took maybe a 7 wood or a 5 wood. Hit it up in the air. Good looking shot.
Very nice. Now Berganio going back up the hill now. This for par. Well, nicely done. Weather's hot, and so are the scores, as we're seeing a lot of red numbers early in this 94th U.S. Open.
11:30 p.m. Steve?
This is Emlyn Aubrey putting back up the hill at 15. A little right to left putt. Turn, turn, turn. So a bogey for Aubrey drops him back to 1 under. Now at the 10th, this is Corey Pavin's second shot.
221 to the hole, playing downhill with a 4 wood out of the rough. Just going to try to chop it out of here.
Well, it's readily apparent the advantage of driving the ball in the fairway. That's what Pavin generally does best. Now Nicklaus, third shot at 9. This was moments ago. The sand here at Oakmont is good, but it's heavy. Ball does not come out as quickly as you might like. And now Nicklaus has this for birdie. This to move into red figures. Well hit, misread. So a good opening 9 for Mr. Nicklaus, who quite frankly has not been playing well, as Rossi said earlier, but no surprise that he rises to the occasion. Now Johnny Miller. for a much-needed birdie for Mr. Miller, who won earlier this year at PGA Tour at Pebble Beach. So Johnny trying to recreate some of that magic of 1973. And now for a difficult shot. This is Pavin's third at 10.
Almost impossible to stop this pitch going downhill. Very fast green.
Say goodbye.
Well, there you see it.
You tell the guy at home Pavin's 30 yards from the front of the green with a pin in the back, and he can't put it on the green. Now, Emlyn Aubrey now has reached the long, difficult par 3 16th today, playing 231 yards. This is a big 2-iron, maybe a 1.
You get it.
That is excellent. Terrific tee shot for Emlyn Aubrey. There aren't many birdies in this hole today. So Mr. Aubrey out early, taking advantage of the benign conditions. A moment ago, this was Jumbo Ozaki. Very fast putt for birdie.
Big breaker from right to left and straight down the hill.
Now Pavin, this is fourth shot.
Well, as Trevino said, two things that don't last in life is dogs that chase cars and pros chipping for pars. And at Oakmont, you don't want to be chipping for pars.
Well, Pavin obviously not very sharp, Jerry, this morning.
No, 4 over par this far through the first round is not very strong. It's obvious. But he's just, he's one of the straightest drivers in the game. And when you watch him miss fairways, that's not Corey Pavin.
Well, Jumbo now, if you're a statistician, he's had 1 putt. This counts as a no putt. This is a 3-hit 2-putt. However you keep track, it's a bogey for Ozaki. Jerry, is it likely he'll see greens this fast back in Japan?
Not hardly. There are some courses, though, up in the mountains that are very fast up in Hakone, but these are extremely sloped greens. Actually, the speed is not that fast if they were flat. The problem is there's not a flat spot out here.
Jadon Blake. See, a lot of players this week spend most of their time not on the practice tee, but on the putting green. That's simply to try to maintain a feel or a touch with the speed of these surfaces. Now Pavin for bogey.
I mean, we're seeing right now why number 10 here at Oakmont is one of the toughest holes in U.S. Open history. Very simple looking hole, but 3 bogeys out of 3 great players.
And right now, Jerry, it's playing to a stroke average of 4.625 among the early players to make their way through this 10th hole. So this hole playing to form yet again. There are just so many difficult par 4s here at Oakmont. Now, Olin Brown, the par 3 13. They playing 181 yards.
That's a good shot there.
It's a very good shot. It's this narrow sliver of a green is not a very inviting target. The bogey at 10 drops Ozaki back to 3 under, but Curtis Strange has just birdied the 7th hole and has moved to 1 shot behind the lead. This will get Curtis fired up. Now, here's a player who needs to play well to continue to play well. So Curtis' interest level will certainly rise as he gets near the top of the leaderboard. Chris Patton, former U.S. Amateur champion, got in as an alternate. And now Gil Morgan, second shot at 10.
210 yards down the hill here at 10.
You never know until it stops here if you've hit a good shot. Actually, that's not bad. He's putting up the hill. If that first cut of rough doesn't bother him. That's Scott Hoke's ball next to the flag stick. Ozaki, tee shot at 11.
11th hole, you just want to hit an iron or a 3-wood short of the hazard that crosses the fairway. Jumbo playing a 1-iron, and nicely done. Left side of the fairway.
11, only 378 yards. There's actually no water on this golf course. Those are wet weather creeks. They're really dry now. They're full of long grass. But not a single pond or a single drop of water at this magnificent golf course here at Oakmont. There are only really 5 holes where you could possibly hit it out of bounds. Now Corey Pavin, tee shot at 11.
Corey also playing with a 3-wood, not taking the driver here at 11. And of course, you'll see a lot of players on most of the holes not using driver here at Oakmont. That looks a little bit more like Corey Pavin. Took a bad hop, but it started straight down the middle. Very undulating fairway here, sloping from left to right.
And Jerry, his ball has disappeared in the second cut of rough. The primary cut, it's called here. Now Olin Brown for a birdie here at 13. This young man is playing in his first U.S. Open. Makes his home down in Jupiter, Florida. He's playing on the tour this year for the first time. Now Nicklaus, he shot at 10. Of Jack's swing is better than it's been in some time. He's not in this rush to make his way from backswing to forward swing. And Nelson, fellow competitor, paired with Jack. Ooh, that's going left. That's going left. That is ugly. The shot and the lie. Johnny Miller coming off that birdie. So Miller, playing what looks to be a big hook with every shot, has nevertheless found the fairway here at 10.
Our leader continues to be Jumbo Ozaki, who is playing the backside. Curtis Strange and Colin Montgomery just a shot back early on, round 1, U.S. Open.
If ever there was a player whose game was suited and whose personality was a match for Open Championship setup, it is Curtis Strange. Here he is now, just 1 shot out of the lead.
Ball is way left, bouncing almost to the first fairway.
Well, luckily that's a ditch or hazard there just left of the fairway. Curtis is far left of that. Emlyn Aubrey for birdie at 16 after that terrific tee shot. What a birdie. You can count those on one hand today here. Ben Crenshaw, tee shot at 9.
Ben can drive like that, Steve. With his touch, he's got to be a contender around here.
Well, Rossi, I agree. If he can keep it in the fairway, he's got a chance to win. If he misses the fairway, he won't make the cut. And the middle of your screen looking back, that is the par 5 ninth. The bunkering here at Oakmont is absolutely superb, as we mentioned earlier. 190 bunkers here, and not a one of them wasted. Nick Price.
Superb striker of the ball, Steve, but you just wonder whether his putting will hold up with the greens this fast.
Jack Nicklaus looking over his second shot at the 10th.
Perfect position in the fairway here. He's got 196 yards down the hill. There's a little plateau right here in the middle of the 10th fairway. Jack's ball is rested right on top of it, so he's got a flat lie. Nearly all the shots played from this fairway have downhill lies, but he's in a perfect spot. Started this ball left of the flagstick. Pretty friendly little kick, though, but just no way to stop it.
Well, Markey carried the ball too far, I think is the bottom line here.
You really need to forget about where the flag is here today and just hit it to the front right of the green.
That's right. Now, Emlyn Aubrey, this par 4 can be driven by some of the longer hitters. Playing at 315 yards, but that's when you go right and then left at this dog leg. A straight shot at the green, it's a lot shorter than the registered yardage. And the haze here is brought to you courtesy of our friends at the Goodyear Blimp. As we look down at the storied clubhouse at Oakmont, it's on the register, the National Historic Register. Club dates back to 1903. There it is, just a gorgeous view. You see it as you come up both 9 and 18. That's the back half of the putting green. And now we go to the 12th. This is a par 5. This is another green, very fast. Slopes from front to back. Mr. Oberon a little wide with his read. David, you can stand there all day. It doesn't break that much. Mark Rolfing, Larry Nelson.
Well, he took a big gamble on the second shot playing from the left-hand rough and tried to hit a long iron out and pulled it into this hazard area down here. Long grass. Miserable lie now.
You don't play out of that stuff, you bail it.
I'll tell you, 5 would be a pretty good score for Larry Nelson right now on this hole.
So Mr. Nelson, who closed with rounds of 65 and 67 in his win here in 1983, outdueled Tom Watson. Eleventh hole, Corey Paving, third shot.
That just goes to show you, although he's in the bunker, he's below the hole shooting uphill, and Corey will salvage par here with that short putt.
Well, you see the home hole here, the 18th at Oakmont, and Frank Hannigan, all week we were concerned about the pace of play. Tell us about it.
Well, they were right to be concerned about the pace of play. This is the first group. They started 7 in the morning. They're sort of like the pace car at Indy. They were supposed to take no longer than 4 hours and 15 minutes. They're going to take, 4:26, 4:27. So the USGA is already in trouble with pace of play. Bottom line, I would say they got 50-50 chance of finishing this round tonight.
So you're saying that the late finishers, those who tee off late this afternoon, will not make it in?
The last group starts at 3:40. The first group is taking 4:30. You can look to it to get to 5 hours and more.
Well, so Jack Ferenz, Willie Burnitz, and Joey Ferrari off at 3:40.
Good luck.
Bring your headlights. Nick Price, second shot at 9.
215. 2 iron. Going a little right. It's got to hang on.
Nicklaus for birdie. Stop, stop, stop. Mark it quickly, Jack. You're so concerned about going above the hole that you kind of hang on to that wedge and you keep it under it for sure. Those of you have favorites. These are the players that are currently on the course. First name you saw that there was Buddy Alexander, former amateur champion, and Ozaki for birdie here at 11.
Playing about 6 feet of break from 10 feet, just caressing the ball down to the hole. And when you're going downhill, he was not trying to hold that one with an aggressive stroke.
Looking back from the green to Emlyn Aubrey, his second shot. No more than about 80, maybe 90 yards. Flag stick cut right just over the bunker. Sounded heavy. I wonder if perhaps he drove it in a divot. I saw a lot of sand come out. Well, that's unusual to see a good player hit that type of shot. So, yeah, look, anytime you see a player bending over like that, he had to have been in an old divot. They fill in part of them, but sometimes when a ball settles in, you can't do much about it. Now, Curtis Strange at 9.
That was from 125 after a layup.
Poor tee shot, but Rossi put it back in play, did he not?
Yeah, he just hit it about 100 yards with a wedge. Very smart shot. Took that left-hand bunker completely out of play.
To win an Open Championship, you have to conserve strokes. It's not about making birdies and picking up ground. It's about not losing ground. That's 9 in the lower right-hand portion. And as we head back up to the green encircled by spectators, it is for the glamorous pairing of Nicklaus, Nelson, and Miller. And now Nicklaus for his par. As we said earlier, Jack's won this championship 4 times. Only 4 players have done so. A runner-up 4 times. 18 top 10 finishes, 11 top 5 finishes. Old nerves, but steady nerves. Well done. Really important for Jack to get off to a good start, to sustain some good play. Now Nick Price, third shot here at 9.
Fairly easy bunker shot going up the hill. Nice lie.
Himself a fairly dicey putt there for birdie. Now, problems for Ben Crenshaw here, Rossi.
Crenshaw had a terrible second shot. I was very disgusted with it. It went in the right-hand bunker, and it didn't get very far into the bunker. He had a downhill lie trying to hit it up in the air, and he hit it a shade heavy. Now he's in that real tall grass. Only good thing he's pitching uphill. Very difficult shot, though. You can see the kind of swing he had to take at it just to move it that far.
When you see a ball come out left like that, it means the grass wraps around the hosel of the club, closes the club face, and the player simply can't do anything with it. Crenshaw received a special exemption into this field this week, in honor of his terrific record throughout the years. Very nearly won the Open back when it was played at Medina. Now, Emlyn Aubrey is playing backwards away from the flag. The ball is buried. He's just trying to put it back where he can play something of a shot toward the hole. Literally could not extract his ball out of the bunker. And now this is his 4th shot. Now remember, he was only about 85 yards from the flagstick, drove it in a divot. Now he's struggling to make bogey. So for Mr. Aubrey, a nightmare is blooming here at 17. Strange for birdie. But for Curtis, a good opening 9, 34. Should he make this? Two-time Open champion Curtis Strange, 2 under par, just 1 stroke back of our leader, Jumbo Ozaki. That was Colin Montgomery's 3rd shot at 11. Wayward second behind the green to the left, and look at this ball pick up pace. Now for the problems of Emlyn Aubrey. This is for bogey. An inconceivable double bogey. Drops him back to even par. He drove the ball in the middle of the fairway, found a divot, plugged it in the bunker, had to play away, hit a kind of a marginal 4th shot, and a disappointing double bogey for Mr. Aubrey, who had played 16 superb holes. This shortish hole is destined to be one of the easiest on the golf course today. Some players, like a John Daly, Davis Love, may have a go at this green from the tee. You put it in the front bunker, and it's not a particularly difficult hole. Unless, of course, you bury it. There you see the splashes of white that make up the 190 bunkers at Oakmont. The fairway is in absolutely perfect condition. And the greens, of course, are legendary. Montgomery now has this putt for par. Making his 3rd appearance in our Open. Curtis Strange made his way to the 10th tee, this most difficult par 4.
Perfect driving hole, Steve, for Curtis. He likes to move that thing from left to right a little. The fairway sloping that way.
Yeah. Well, ball hits him, goes left and rough.
Marshall standing right where Curtis wants to aim it. Right on the edge of the left-hand rough.
Well, let's take a look at Curtis Strange's swing. 2 things to look at. One is the width of his swing here, and then watch him kind of move back behind the ball with his backswing. Let's take a look. Head slides a little right in the backswing, coils around his right leg, tremendous width in his backswing, sets behind it, and then drives hard to the left side. Got a complete fall through to the left. Great extension through the ball. Curtis keeps the club going on line as long as any player in the game. He doesn't curve it very much. He hits it very straight. Nicky Price.
Coming off a disappointing par at 9 after a perfect drive. Thank you. That is long, perfect.
Nicklaus' second shot, the short par 411. Very nicely played. Now to our colleague, Mr. Berman. Nice to have you with us.
This is a gas, Steve, as they say. And boy, with Jack Nicklaus in the hunt, at least thus far, that'll get him rumbling here at Oakmont. Jumbo Ozaki had 4 birdies on the front side. He's won 81 tourneys in Japan. Boy, he'd like to win one, as in this one here in the U.S. Open. Well, there are 159 players who teed it up either this morning or later this afternoon here at Oakmont. Some you can figure out how they got here, but others, boy, it's a tough road. Some qualifyings on all entrants. Now, 6,000 entrants means if you're pro, you can give it a shot, or if you're an amateur and your handicap is a 2, you are allowed to give it a shot. After the 67 exemptions, all the entrants, 580 survive local qualifying, 92 survive sectional qualifying. We added up to 159 players, 41 of them playing in the U.S. Open for the very first time. The last time a player playing in his first U.S. Open won a U.S. Open, 1913. Francis, when first we met. I couldn't resist. Now let's kick it over to one of the men I admire most in this business, Jack Whitaker.
I'm glad we met. Thank you very much, Chris. Nice to be here on this first round of a U.S. Open, and this is a U.S. Open. It looks it, it feels it, it tastes it. At the 9th, Nick Faldo, second shot. Waiting. Nick at +1. I thought for a moment we were doing a Normandy rehash here. We got Montgomery and Patton on the board here. Colin Montgomery now dropped to 1 under, 2 shots off the lead. Now Faldo ready to go.
Faldo's played a beautiful tee shot here, Jack, and this is second with a long iron. It's like a 4-iron. Oh, look at this.
Beautiful.
But will it stay on?
Oh, my. It's just so hard to tell yourself that you can't hit the shots you hit on other golf courses, isn't it? That was a gorgeously struck shot. Great height. Bernard Langer. 2 shots behind the leader, Osaki. Great distance.
I'm not sure it's possible to get close to this pin with your second shot unless you come in from a distance of, say, a John Daly or Davis Love with your second shot.
10th fairway, Ben Crenshaw.
After a perfect drive, Ben has 195 to the hole. I think he'd try and kind of hold a 5-iron from trying to hit it a little from left to right. Make it hit gently on the green. Everything funnels well left. Ben makes 6 back at 9 after a perfect drive, and that's really a killer.
Well, I thought the rough would take a little bit off on that for him, but it just rolls along merrily anyway. Par 5, 12th, the leader, Ozaki, trying to get home in 2.
After a drive of some 320 yards, perfect position, 290 to the hole with a 3-wood. And Jumbo can get it there if he can hit it straight on. Needs to leak right just a bit. How about that shot?
Beautiful.
That is phenomenal.
Marvelous golf shot here. Hold, it's going to go off, but still fantastic shot.
Well, the hole's 602, so you saw 2 300-yard shots there.
Ozaki at 3 under. 1-shot lead over Curtis Strange.
Hole is one where players of Ozaki's length do hit a driver and attempting to knock it on in 2. The others usually lay up.
At the 10th, Nick Price.
Nick has 170 yards with an 8-iron. Try and land it short on the right. Let it trickle to the hole.
Too short, huh?
Now, yes, he's really faced with some problems.
He hit that perfectly. It seemed it just did about, it seemed less than a yard in front of the green and just stopped. Nicklaus for birdie at 11.
Little putt, swings from right to left. Did he get it up high enough? You don't have many birdie opportunities of that length.
And he remains at even par, 3 shots behind the leader. His 2 strengths are what you need here, though. Course management and putting, aren't they, Steve?
Well, he never beats himself,
No.
Jack, and one of the reasons is he's so good with the blade when he has to be.
Now, just a moment ago at the 10th hole, before Nick Price hit that shot, here is Curtis Strange's effort.
195 with a 6-iron.
Ball moved on.
And it's in a perfect spot right now, Jack, to putt, coming straight up the hill. That's what you have to do here at Oakmont.
Steady now. Come on, ball. Slow down. Stop.
Some of these par 4s, you forget where the flagstick is, and your yardage is where you want the ball to land, particularly in holes 1 and 10 and sometimes 12.
At the 9th. Bernard Lunger. Those other people are on the putting green, which goes right into the 9th green here at Oakmont, one of its features.
And most of the competitors could care less at Lunger's putting for an eagle.
Right. Which would tie him with Ozaki for the lead. There you see the putting green portion in the foreground, and you can have a 150-foot putt here at 9.
Lunger has a putt that looks simple, putting up from one plateau to the next, and then the green runs away from him.
Oh my.
That's a terrific effort. Players who have great strokes will do better here than those that are what I call tap putters or hit putters. You can control the speed better with a longer stroke.
Somebody like Rossi?
Although Rossi's played well here. I mean, Rossi had great nerves.
10th hole. Ben Crenshaw, number 3.
Tough little shot out of the rough, but going uphill, that's one good thing about it.
Now the leader, Jumbo Ozaki, at the 12th.
Once again, Jumbo is pitching back uphill or playing his shot back uphill. That's what you want to do here at Oakmont. Tough little pitch, though. It's into some long rough, and just going to take a sand wedge and loft the club underneath the shot. Just lob it up. Main thing he does not want to do is hit it past the hole. Like that.
She did.
Well, it'll come back down the hill and leave him a side hill putt, but you want to leave that shot short, putting uphill.
Well, he has that left for birdie.
Well, the greens are 11.5 on a stimp meter. They're rolled in the morning and double cut, and then double cut again in the afternoon.
Nick Price at 10.
Steve, this is a putt he could easily putt off the green.
And I'm afraid he knows it too, Rossi. Aiming well right. It's got about a 12, 13-foot swing from right to left. Maybe more. If he leaves this short of the hole, his problems have only just begun. He knows it. Look at that. Now, on his next putt, he will have both hands on the wheel as he tries to steer this one down to the cup.
A moment ago, Nick Faldo at 9. This for eagle.
Did he get it up? Did he get it up? Did he get it up? Folks, that's the best player in the world doing this.
Now we're live with Nick.
Putting for eagle, chipping for birdie, Jack. It's easy to sit here and laugh. We don't have to play.
It's not, you know, it's tough on the nerves. Oh, noble attempt, Nick. Well, patience also is more important here. Now, Jumbo Osaki at 12 for birdie to go to 4 under.
As Jerry said, it's a big swing from left to right. Look how far left of the hole. This putt may actually do a right-hand turn as it almost ends this forward. Oh, it's too hard. Whoa.
Jumbo's looking a little bit edgy right now, a little nervous, and leading the U.S. Open is a tremendous amount of pressure for anyone.
It's conceivable you can get on the bogey train here and not get off if you're not careful.
Now, Emlyn Aubrey at 18.
That's a fine second shot for Emlyn. This is the most unusual green. It's plateaued on 3 different areas, trough running up and down and east and west here.
Now Price working for a par at 10.
Watch how far back he takes this putter. This will be what they call the daylight stroke. He will take it back until he sees daylight, and then and only then will he hit it. He doesn't have to hit this very hard.
Whoa. That's really something, Steve. A perfect drive, a good-looking second shot, and now he's trying to make a 4-footer for a 5.
Bernard Longer for birdie. Yes.
Now here's a player that you genuinely have to worry about. Bernhard will go about his game, oblivious to what's going on around him. Got a great mindset for an Open.
He moves to within 1 of the lead. Nick Price for bogey. Try and forget about it, Nick. Now, before Price putted out, Curtis Strange had this for birdie.
Well, a good spot from which to go at birdie, but played it a little cozy.
Tom Kite, second shot, 9th fairway.
Kite does not hit his long irons very high. He's got to push to get it up, but it's right at the flagstick. That's the disadvantage Kite has. Doesn't hit it up in the air. Heard him say that's as good as he can do. 92 Open champion.
Andy North, two-time Open champion. That's the way to play it.
Andrew, nice going. He'll have that for an eagle. So, Mr. North,
John Daly. Well, he said he'd like to come in with a wedge from the rough rather than a 5-iron from the fairway.
he's determined, Jack, to hit driver off as many holes as possible here.
Here at the 18th now, this is Emblem Aubrey. This group has taken over 25 minutes to play the 18th hole.
Careful, careful, careful.
Oh, that's too bad.
The double at 17.
17, and no wonder they're taking so much time. So
It's a 6-iron from 181 playing uphill. And that is a nice shot there. Just left the flagstick. It was an easy bogey, too.
wasn't it?
320-yard drive, 300-yard 3-wood, and bogey.
4 shots in what, 20 feet, Jerry?
Mr. Phones is liking it.
Jack Nicklaus, 12th hole.
This is a layup for Jack at the par 5, taking an iron, sort of nestle it in amongst a group of bunkers. He'll lay back here to play a full third shot. The closer you get to the green, the less you can spin the ball.
Now John Daly at 9. A birdie.
John Daly did not even play a practice round yesterday. Played early in the week and said, well, I think I'll take Wednesday off.
Now at the 10th. Mark Rolfing with Nick Faldo.
Well, Nick hit an iron off the tee here at number 10, just into the first cut of rough. He's got a ball that's kind of sitting down in this first cut. It's going to fly tremendously out of here. I would think he needs to land this 30 or 40 yards short of the green. It's a 210-yard shot, but he really only needs to carry it about 170 yards. Nick earlier this week was quoted as saying he thought this was the hardest test in championship golf that he'd ever seen.
Andy North for eagle. My.
This is actually good playing for Andy, whose competitive golf is really not very active. He's done an excellent job with our colleagues at ESPN as a broadcaster. He's a 2-time Open champion from the University of Florida.
Now Faldo at 10.
The average player would have no idea just how hard this shot is. The green looks open in the front, but everything kicks to the left. The problem for Nick is going to be to avoid the front right bunker.
Going left, Mark?
Headed just left. Probably be in the back rough.
Oh, much rather be in the sand, I guess, wouldn't he?
Well, the thing he didn't want to do was leave it short here. We saw the problems Nick Price had earlier leaving it short.
Colin Montgomery at the 12th. Just one shot off the lead. This would get him tied.
This looks good. This looks good.
Now, with that bogey by Osaki, a lot of people have crept back and closer to the lead here. Longer, Curtis Strange and Montgomery tied for the lead, but we have a whole football team at even par.
No pretenders at the top of the leaderboard.
Indeed. Now Nick Price at 11.
135 after a fairway wood off the tee.
Safely on. Curtis Strange right before Nick played.
From the same distance.
Oh, that sat down beautifully. Jumbo for birdie of 13.
Just needs to breathe on that putt.
Jumbo's still a little shell shock after that exhibition at 12.
10th hole, longer second shot.
200 yards down the hill, severe downhill lie. Even from the fairway, very hard to stop this ball on the green.
And there it goes. Right through the green. So at the moment, 4 people tied for the lead at 2 under par. Longer, Strange, Montgomery, and Osaki.
There, which really separates the second, the 8 with the rest of the course.
Curtis Strange at the 11th for birdie.
Very fast going down the hill. Careful, Curtis.
Thirteenth tee, Colin Montgomery.
Very well bunkered target, elevated green.
Oh, marvelous shot. Woo, that was almost a slam dunk, wasn't it?
Right at the flagstick, Jack. Well, no need to scratch your head there, Colin. Well played shot.
16th green now. Masai. He is even par. And this is the 15th green. Oh, it is 16. And it's Kawamoto for birdie.
Masi Kuramoto, very fine player. Although score today not giving you any indication of the good player that he is. Ooh. USGA has made a special effort to invite qualified players around the world to be part of this championship this year for the first time. The 15 leaders of the PGA Tour of Europe, European Order of Merit, invited to play.
Jack Nicklaus for birdie at 12.
Great position going uphill. Hit it, Jack.
He got it.
Yes! Defied gravity.
And Nicklaus moves to within 1 of the lead.
When is the last time Nicklaus has been under par at a major championship?
Andy North at the 10th.
North just trying to land it on the front part of this green, even short, bigger, that's too far.
Don't exactly bump and run it here. You nudge and run it here, don't you?
High ball is good. This is Colin Montgomery coming straight down the hill. This is a deceptively sloped piece of ground. Holes run down toward the turnpike like a big, broad V. Holes 2 through 8 on the other side of the turnpike. Michie for birdie at 15.
Whoa.
Even par through 15. Good playing.
Nick Price.
Made par back at 11. Still 2 over par.
Ooh. Now Curtis Strange bogeyed 11 to drop 1 shot off the lead. Tied with Jack Nicklaus at 1 under.
Really hurts to hit 2 nice shots like Curtis did at 11 on one of the easier greens in the golf course. Not maybe the easiest, but one of the easier ones, and taking 3 putts.
Bob, how fast are the fairways?
Fairways are pretty quick. They're a little spongy. They're not really hard, but they're cut so close, Jack, that when the ball gets on the ground, it rolls quite a ways.
Jack, they're about a 7.5 on a stimp meter.
Okay. Nicklaus at 13, tee shot.
This will be a hard 6 or a little 5 for Jack.
Well, it was the right stick, whatever it was. Ho, ho, ho. Jumbo, second shot.
114.
Excuse me.
115 yards with a wedge. Playing right out of the center of the fairway with a perfect lie, sand wedge, drawing it in just a little, and it didn't get over the bunker. Very shaky at this point, Jumbo. Looks like he's just a little bit off his rhythm, a little nervous.
Missahi at 16.
Turn over. Go!
International language prevails yet again.
Oh, what a putt he has, huh? Even par. Johnny Miller, 13. A hole which he birdied on his en route to that 63.
He'd be hard pressed to hit the green from where he put his tee shot here at 13. "13 is the green down below, the 12th the green above. Very narrow green, deep bunkers right and left at 13.
Now Andy North at 10 for birdie.
He's in great position if he can get his putter cleanly on the ball.
Now Jumbo in the bunker at 14.
Very ugly lie here, plugged up under the lip. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
It wasn't that ugly. He is just really playing quickly. He's in too much of a hurry. Got to slow down when you get in this position in the U.S. Open when you hit bad shots. Take your time and recover. Everybody's going to make bogeys. But you don't want a double bogey. Simple little second shot there with a sand wedge, and he's looking like 6 now.
cruel game sometimes.
Well, it's just a loss of concentration, like Jerry said. He got unnerved, and with it went some wayward swings, and you can't get away with those, given this course setup. Check.
Tom Kite now for par. He's at even par at the moment.
Well, this is a putt not unlike what Nick Price faced just moments ago. He won't hit it very hard. It'll just fall down the hill to the left as it loses speed.
Nick Faldo, second shot at 11.
Center of the fairway, 135 yards up the hill here at 11. I'll be just a smooth 9-iron for Nick.
Good shot.
Bernhard Langer is going to play next. It's interesting, as slow as the play has been overall today, there was speculation about this pairing, you know, with Langer and Faldo together, notoriously slow players, and sure enough, they're having trouble keeping up, even as slow as it's been. Langer's got 125.
Trying to cut it. No cut.
Won't help him, Dick. Won't help him. Leave it a little out, it's better. Thanks. Okay, we're going to need a tripod, I think, here, right? No, trouble only.
Johnny Miller at 13, second shot.
He needs to have a superb lie to get this ball on the green. Well, actually had a pretty good angle, better angle than we thought.
John Daly at the 10th for par.
He's got a surprisingly good touch. Don't let his length lull you into thinking that he can't putt. He's actually pretty good with a wedge, too.
Now, Jumbo. This for bogey.
Six at 12, 6 at 14, both what you'd call unforced errors in both situations.
Now Jack Nicklaus for a birdie that would give him a share of the lead with Montgomery and Longer.
Imagine, Jack, if you came out here, now you've just been driving in from Pittsburgh, you look up on the leaderboard and you see Nicklaus's name.
Time warp.
Little break from right to left. Even when he's not made the putts, he's hit good putts.
Jeff Shulman, third shot at 11.
Boy, you have no idea how good a shot that was. Horrible lie in the rough. Leave the ball below the hole, almost miraculous.
He's just 3 shots off the lead. Anything around even par is going to be very good, it appears, Steve, don't you think?
I agree. And here's
now, Ballesteros for birdie at 9.
1 over par through his first 8 holes, and this is a player who was roundly criticized the last time the Open was here for almost refusing to hit a driver off most of these holes due to the thick rough. Received a special exemption from the USGA. Jack, I'm not sure there's been a more exciting player to watch than Ballesteros.
Right, is it?
I've been 22 on 5 right.
Great manufacturer of shots.
Very dashing, flashy player.
Colin Montgomery, second shot at 14.
Good pin for Colin, who likes to go in left to right. right over the top of the flag.
And brings it to a stop.
Hits the ball very high, left to right. He's got a good game for an open.
Curtis Strange now at 12, third shot.
Curtis has 125 yards. Trying to wait to see what's happening over here on the 13th green. Doesn't want to get caught with a sudden burst of applause. So he's going to wait till Jack Nicklaus putts.
Here is the 13th, and Mr. Nicklaus. And stays one behind the leaders. I know it's early, and a lot of things can happen, but it's still remarkable he's where he is. Now for Curtis Strange.
Flag stick well in the back of this green. Hard to put it back there and stop it, though.
Not bad. Not bad. Look at that ball. Still go. The tougher the conditions, the better it is for Strange.
Nick Price.
That was from the same distance, 125.
Same thing, Rossi, that happened on 10.
He tried to hit a sand wedge real hard, and he had a lot of spin on it, and it just didn't get back there. Now he's looking at 6.
Must have missed it. It went over the ridge, and it must have just stopped.
Voice of the great Squeaky.
Misai. Long putt at 16. Oh, well struck, though. He'll get par. Now longer at 11. It's for birdie.
30 feet down the hill, and this putt is so fast you won't believe it.
Beautifully hit. Huh?
Longer made a nice approach putt at 9. He backs it up again here at 11.
14th hole, and Jack Nicklaus. One shot off the lead, being held at the moment by Longer and Colin Montgomery at 2 under.
Well, this is a layup hole. The farther you drive it, the tighter the landing area becomes. Anything in the fairway is good here.
All right, co-leaders are Longer and Montgomery at 2 under, with Nicklaus and Strange 1 shot behind and a whole bunch at even par. We're back at the 10th. Sam Torrance for par. Yes, and stays at even par, just 2 shots out of the lead.
What a nice young man is Sam Torrance. Ryder Cup player, really had a gap in his career when he didn't play very well, but he's come on strong lately, and he's very competitive.
Now at 12, Curtis.
Speaking of someone who had a gap in his career after wins in the 2 Opens, Curtis really dropped off tour in terms of being competitive. It was a combination of almost a vertigo condition where he had a difficult time maintaining his balance.
Yes. And back goes Curtis to tie for the lead, or 1 behind Montgomery now, who's just birdied 14. But Strange and Longer tied for second at 2 under. Now, here's the leaderboard at the moment. Montgomery with 1 shot now over Longer and Curtis Strange. Nicklaus at 1 under and everybody else at even.
We saw Nick Price come up, first third of the green. We talked about how difficult his putt would be. Well, here's where his first putt came to rest. He has this for par now. Made a mistake at 10, made bogey. Makes a mistake here, another 3-putt, another bogey.
Goes the 3 over, huh?
Nick's probably played very well from tee to green.
Tom Kite at the 11th.
Strength of his game here inside about 120 yards.
Oh, beautiful.
When Kite is on, that's where he scores.
Now Nicklaus, second shot.
120 yards with a pitching wedge. Perfectly played tee shot. Taking it in high from left to right.
Well, he's got a good chance here.
But if he keeps playing like this, Jack, we won't see much of our colleague in the booth this weekend.
No, we won't. He'll be going off late on Saturday and Sunday afternoon. Well, Jumbo Osaki. This is what we used to call tiger grass, isn't it?
Well, this is an area of the right of 15 that is just impossible. Now, in fairness to the championship committee, that's a wayward tee shot, and even more wayward second, but that grass is 10 to 12 inches high over there.
Osaki had it 400 at one time. He's now even.
It's a series of little grassy pews to the right. It's not unlike the famous church pews between the 3rd and 4th hole. These are grassy pews lined up in a parallel manner.
Now Ballesteros at 10, second shot.
Lost it right. Is it going to kick back? Oh, he might. Oh, if he just carries a little more now, all of his considerable skills will be needed to get this up and down.
Boy, because they've been running through this green like a Indy 500 car. And at 11 now, after that gorgeous shot in here, Tom Kite trying to convert it to birdie.
Well, the putter remains the same. The grip now back to conventional. Remember, Kite went cross-handed there for a while. The game's all-time leading money winner. Always looking for a way to better his game. Little right edge putt. Simple putt.
Now Jumbo, third shot.
Look at this.
Beautiful. That says it all. From the Goodyear blimp. Montgomery by 1. And some Scott Burplank coming back into the sunlight.
Welcome back.
Curtis Strange, one shot off the lead. Par 313. It's the look from behind the green.
181 yards today. Just a hint of a breeze in the player's face. This is windy as it's been all week here. It's blowing a mile or two. But I think it must be out of the south. The guy who said it's 83 degrees, he's got to be inside.
That's a temperature in the clubhouse, Rossi.
Oh, great shot by Curtis. What a beautiful shot.
Well, we've been talking, and you've seen what these greens are like here, and we asked a lot of the players what they thought of the putting surface here at Oakmont.
Oakmont's greens are the toughest in the world as far as speed and slope on an everyday basis. So you're going to see guys putting off greens this week. You're going to see speeds and guys that look like they don't have any control at all over the ball on the green sometimes. So this is really going to be a test. But remember that the course will play shorter in that respect. So there'll be shorter irons into the greens, but these things are really something.
I've never seen anything like it. At this pace with this many undulations in them, I haven't ever seen anything like it. To say that they're fair or not fair, it's kind of hard to tell because everybody's got to play them, and the members don't complain. They keep it at this speed year-round. So they're definitely playable, but you need to know where to hit your approach shot. You need to leave in the right spots because there are areas on the green where you are not able to putt.
Oh man, the greens are difficult. Very tough. I mean, if you don't have the touch and the nerves, they're going to be very, very, very bad to some players.
All right, that's what they say, and that's what we've seen. They are tough. Bernard Longer at the 12th.
Third shot, a very long one, 204 yards, and he's pulled it left.
Now forced to pitch to a green which is sloping right away from him.
Corey Pavin now, and how would you like this? This is for par.
Many thought he might have been one of the handful of favorites at the start of this championship.
Now Nicklaus for birdie at 14.
Simple putt, very little break.
Yes, and moves to within one of the lead.
Are we watching the 62 Open here, Jack? What is this?
Jack Nicklaus at 2 under par through 14 holes on the first round of the 1994 U.S. Open.
32 years ago? Now, Michiai tried to drive the green, put it actually in the bunker. That's pretty good play. This young man's fairly long if he can put it there off the tee.
Now Jumbo for par.
This will be some par here.
Oh, what?
Whoa. That's world class there, sir. Take a bow.
That might give you a little breathing room, Jumbo.
Well, after the mistakes he's made at 12 and 14, I think probably, Jack, he deserves something like that. 4 under par at one time for Ozaki, made the turn in 32 and has squandered away 4 shots in a span of 6 holes on the backside.
Colin Montgomery leading by 1 shot over Nicklaus, Longer, and Curtis Strange. Now Nick Price, second shot here at the par 3.
Tee shot just caught the lip of the bunker and went down into the flat. Has a reasonably easy shot. These fellas can really play out of these bunkers, Jack. It's amazing how good they are.
Nick Faldo at the 12th. Third shot.
Faldo's almost too close to the screen now. The flagstick on the 12th is cut back 31 paces from the front of the green. He really wants to land the ball maybe 15 paces short and left of the flagstick. Let it pitch and then roll down toward the cup.
Nick is right at 100 yards. Little hint of a breeze at his back. He's carried it all the way back there.
Easy. Easy. Easy.
Well, it listened, didn't it? Ken Crenshaw now for par at 13.
Coming off 2 birdies in a row.
Ben is a player who reads putts differently than most. He likes to use the entire cup. That's why the pace of his putts is so important. He's got such terrific feel. He will barely be rolling as he gets down to the cup.
Colin Montgomery. Third shot at the 15th.
Another good green for him. Sets up for a left to right shot. No, it's as long.
Ooh.
Possible going up.
Oh, and he's missed it on the short side of the green, too. That's a missed club, Jack. That's simply too much club for the second shot here.
Now Curtis Strange at the 13th green for a share of the lead. Curtis Strange has tied Colin Montgomery for the first round lead here at the moment, with Nicklaus and Longer just 1 shot behind. And we're high above Oakmont now as we come down to watch Colin Montgomery try and recover at 15. And does not.
We have reports that was Montgomery's 4th shot here. So his second obviously bounded well left and beyond the green.
At the moment, or coming in here, Colin was tied with Curtis Strange for the lead. And here is Curtis at 14 tee. Par 4, 356 yards.
Layup hole.
I don't care what the statistics say, Steve. This has to be the easiest hole in the course because I saw Jerry Pate make a 2 here yesterday.
I happened to be playing with him, Rossi. Unfortunately, I witnessed it too. Well, it's the 17th easiest hole right now, so it seems to validate his play. This is Montgomery's 5th shot now at 15. Drove in the middle of the fairway, came over the top of an iron, and now is staring at double bogey.
Leave Curtis alone at the lead. A 1-shot advantage over Nicklaus and Longer. And here is Longer. But this one for par.
Mark, he had nothing, did he, from the golfers left of the screen?
No, really, no shot at all. Played a pretty good one to get it to here.
Has he been pretty steady today?
He has, although he hit an iron off the tee here at 12 and drove it in the rough, and he absolutely cannot do that here at Oakmont.
Nick Price, 14th tee. Perfect. See how narrow that landing area would be for a wood, huh?
Well, this is the landing area you want to on 14, right in here. Golfers will play a tee shot from here, then it's a simple second into the green. As Rossi said, it's playing very easy today.
Corey Pavin at the 16th tee. Long par 3. Oh. He did not like it, and that's why. That was for bogey for Bernard Longer, and he's not home yet.
Well, that may have looked like an easy putt, but it certainly wasn't. Very fast down the hill, and Bernard's problem started right here at the tee, like I said before.
Well, he should know at least the line. He's had this putt on this line once already.
Double bogey 6 for Longer. He drops to even par. Montgomery double bogeyed. He drops to 1 under. Curtis Strange leading by 1 shot over Jack Nicklaus. And here is Nicklaus with his second shot at 15.
Jack played a 3-wood off the tee, has 221 yards out of the center of the fairway to the hole with a 3-iron. Pin back 37. Jack going to take this ball in low from left to right, try to bounce it back to the hole.
Best effort here.
Now from 15, let's move over to 14.
What's to the right of it?
Curtis Strange's second shot.
Curtis has 140 yards to the hole. Slightly uphill lie. Couldn't be any better.
Need to back up there a little bit, please. Thanks.
I think Curtis is concentrating better, Steve. He's seen a lot of things around him that he always used to see when he was really playing well. Then he got where it almost looked like he didn't care. He just went ahead and played.
Well, his focus is back, Rossi.
That's an 8-iron.
Get down, Paul. God damn it.
He's back, Steve.
Yeah, he's back.
He's chewing nails. That's a good sign. When you're playing well, you can't tolerate a shot like that. While it didn't sound good, it's nevertheless a return, as Rossi said, of the old Curtis Strange.
John Daly's second shot at 12. Ooh, over
in
to
the
13th.
Nearly in the bunker by 13, Jack.
What did he hit from? He looked like he was in the...
Well, there's some deep rough in the right-hand rough down here on 12, and that's obviously where he hit it. Well, Daly's ball is in this area in here. He hit a big sort of hook over here, so now he's got to hope that it didn't find the bunker, and then now, of course, he's got a real difficult shot into this green. A real simple solution to that, John. That is drive it in the fairway.
Now into the 13th tee. 181-yard par 3 and Bernard Longer.
Probably a good hard 6-iron for Bernhard today, trying to regroup after that double. Not a very good shot for a great iron player.
So at the moment, Curtis Strange enjoys a 1-shot lead over Jack Nicklaus and 2 from Colin Montgomery.
Here at Oakmont, ESPN's coverage of the first round of the U.S. Open continues with a look into the Wayback Machine. There's Curtis Strange, who won back-to-back Opens in 88 and 89. Really hasn't contended since 90 at Medina. He's a 3 under par through 13, and Jack Nicklaus 1 shot off the pace. Earlier, Jumbo Ozaki had 4 birdies on the front side, but a couple of doubles have knocked him back. Here are some of the other golfers, except for Sam Torrance, just early out on the course. Palmer, of course, yet to tee it. And Nick Faldo is 1 over par. Tom Kite up and down. Payne Stewart and Chip Beck at 1 over. Brad Faxon, some people thought he might be a shot here at the U.S. Open. He's just played the first hole and bogeyed it. Mark Calcavecchia, the British Open champ of a few years ago, is at 1 over par through 10. Seve, not bad, but just bogeyed 10 to go at 2 over par. Mark Lai, pretty good tournament for Mark, who has gone through quite a bit at 2 over par for his opening round. John Daly is 3 over through 11. Andy North had red numbers for a while, but 2-time champ is now at 3 over par. And some other scores. Chris Perry, the nephew of Gaylord and Jim, the pitchers. Olin Brown started out pretty well with a 33 on the front side, but you can see he had trouble with the back. Jay Haas is at 4 over through 14. Mike Sullivan finished with a 4 over 75 today. J. Don Blake, who only found out a couple of days ago as an alternate he'd be in, struggling at 6 over through 15. Bob Friend, the son of the former Pittsburgh Pirate pitcher, so a lot of locals hoping he would do well, but he was 7 over with his round today here at Oakmont. And Johnny Miller, well, thus far has not recaptured that 63. And how hot and how humid is it? The temperature is mid-90s. We told you about record heat in the Pittsburgh area. We expect it today. We had it yesterday. Get it tomorrow. Chris Patton, who got in the tournament as an alternate when Vijay Singh's back problems flared up and had to withdraw. Patton, the former U.S. Amateur champion, played 8 holes, not badly, at 2 over par, but complaining of heat, exhaustion, and fatigue, withdrew after only 8 holes here in the morning at the first round of the U.S. Open. So it is hot. And now to take Curtis and Jack home, let's welcome in Peter Allis.
Thank you, Chris. Hello, everyone. Well, the pattern is now beginning to take shape already. Here's Colin Montgomery on the 16th. Play has been going on for almost 6 hours, and it's hot and sticky and difficult. Finds the green. Yes, good shot. Withdrawal so early on of Chris Patton, who is a big man. I think weight and fitness are going to play quite a considerable part if the weather stays like this. Montgomery, as you can see, is a big man, well over 6 foot tall, and in our parlance, weighs a bit heavy. John Daly, 3rd shot at the 12th. Fires it through the green. Holds up in the cloying grass at the back of the green. Curtis Strange at the 30th. This is on tape. Good looking putt. It's 14th green, and that, well, for once we saw a putt stop short. He walked up, had a look. Now this for a par. The championship leader. This to stay 3 under. So a shot gone, back to 2 under par, tied with Jack Nicklaus. Colin Montgomery from Scotland just 1 behind, along with David Frost, Scott Verplank, Dave Rummels there. So just a handful of players under par. Play started at 7 o'clock this morning. Now we go to the 18th, one of the finishing matches. Mashai at the 18th, coming down, and could be Started their round at 8 o'clock. Now Langer, who's, well, he's having his faithful caddy line him up. It's for a par. Hardly touched it. It's in. Langer, although he's had his putting problems over the years, is still a very bold putter. And even on greens as quick as this, I think we'll see him go past on a lot of occasions. Now the 15th, Jack Nicklaus for a birdie. Long go for a birdie up across the green.
I don't know anyone that can hit long putts better than Jack Nicklaus, or short putts.
Yeah, lovely touch there, Jerry, from such long range. Back on the 15th tee, Ben Crenshaw.
Crenshaw coming off another birdie. He's one putted all 5 holes of back 9. He can just, as I said before, if he can drive in the fairway, look out.
Splits the fairway, beautiful.
You know, even if he's not hitting his irons well, Peter, he's so good out of the bunkers that if he gets the ball in the fairway where he can get it up around the green, he's going to make a lot of pars even if he misses the greens.
Very important. Now, Tom Kite at the 13th. His swing and rhythm has changed very little over the years.
He'll be as good as he looks. Great shot.
Well, it's a cracking shot. See, that's the luck of the draw. Some of these shots coming in the greens will stop and hold. Others will skip on and go through the green. So no matter how good you are, you still need lady luck on your side. Looking to find Curtis Strange. Here he is. That both he and Ben Crenshaw appear to have just widened their stances a little bit and have got a little bit of lateral movement going back, which is not quite as fashionable as it used to be. Here's Mark O'Meara at the 12th, third shot. That one sat down, one bounce too quickly, but it's still creeping towards the flag. O'Meara and Sam Torrance now a single. Here it goes down the hill. It's carried along by its own body weight. Now this is the 16th green, the last of the short holes. Colin Montgomery for a 2. He's an aggressive putter too. That's going to swing to the right. That should be a safe 3. Nick Faldo at the 14th.
With an iron off this 14th tee, it gets very narrow up at the turn of the dog leg in the fairway. Nick coming off a bogey back at 13. He's 2 over for the day.
That's okay, 356 yards, and Faldo, big man, but fit, and that's going to play quite a part. Now watch Montgomery, usually rattles these in. Sometimes they just catch the edge, and he ends up 3 or 4 times further away than when he started. But he's a very good player, keeps the ball in play, plays a left to right game. Now he moves away, and the stage is set for a familiar name, Jack Nicklaus.
Jack always checking the wind, not much of a factor here on 16. hole playing 231 yards. Jack with a 1-iron, and in his day, no one better with the knife.
Sit down.
Well, he got ahead of it and hung it well out to the right. Sort of a shove, hot-looking 1-iron.
I could think of some of my friends, Jerry, that would give 4 years of their lives to hit a 1-iron as well as that.
Yes, but they're not playing in the U.S. Open today.
That is true. You're very perceptive. Let's have a look at this swing here, Steve. What do you think?
Well, Peter, when Jack makes a mistake, he kind of comes up and out of a swing too early. But what I've watched is the path of his backswing looks pretty good. Let's take a look. Takes it away, good turn, good takeaway, good extension there. Doesn't get the club quite to parallel. Drops the club in the slot coming through. Looks good here. Comes up just slightly. Now we're talking about a tee shot to a hole that's playing over 200 yards with a long iron. Not bad. Jack looks pretty good. What I like, Peter, is the transition from the backswing to the forward swing.
Yeah, and of course, a 1-iron, one of the most difficult clubs in the bag to use, and he's only maybe 5 yards to 6 yards off line. Here's the 12th, O'Meara for a birdie. Big swing. Will it come round? Oh, a bit too late.
Beautiful putt. Beautiful putt, Mark.
Every putter tester, even if they're only 20, 25 inches from the hole. Now, Jumbo Ozaki, who was the championship leader an hour or so ago, had a couple of quick sixes. Here he is at the 17th with a putt for a birdie, just getting back to level par here, 71. Fine view there, give some idea of these massive collection of bunkers here. ET tee at the top there, the 3 big tees looking like tennis courts. And Jumbo for a 3. Looks good. Well, if he can get a 4 at the last, he'll have much to ponder. What might have been, what might have been. The smile's back. Ah, now here's the man who's won here years ago, Larry Nelson at the 16th. A long putt here for a 2, which virtually won him the championship. Coming back on the Monday, rain delays, and he could get a nice bounce up and on. That's pretty good. Now, Mark Calcavecchio at the 12th. He's trying to bust this one, trying to reach the green or get as close as he can in 2. This is the last of the par 5s. For most, it's a 3-shotter. But for Mark, he's going to chase it up, I fancy. Yes, good hitting. Almost 600 yards. Still it comes closer. Good shot. The course is in beautiful condition, I must say. Fairways absolutely cut to perfection. Here's Curtis Strange, second shot.
Drive of 270 yards. He has 205. Flagstick cut way back on the left. 3-iron. That's a beautiful golf shot.
Super
there,
shot,
Peter.
Bob. Super
right
shot.
on line. Curtis has hit some great shots today, except from the 2-3 putts. You know, he's played just a great round.
Well, he could well get the first birdie of the day here at the 15th. We haven't seen one so far. Course beautifully presented. Now, Jack Nicklaus just through the back of the 16th, second shot.
Not a really bad live here, but this little pitch shot he's hitting with a sand wedge. Going to play it back in his stance and make sure he just lets the club swing through. He doesn't want to let the tall grass turn the blade over. Has to hit this one with a face square. Going to land it about halfway to the hole and let it release. Yeah, just kind of quit on it.
Yeah, well, just didn't quite nick it hard enough, but Jack's playing nicely, and we'll be back with more in a moment.
Welcome back to Oakmont. Our first round coverage here on ESPN continues of the 94th U.S. Open, and the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company has assigned its blimp Spirit to give us a view of the Allegheny there. The blimp Spirit from Akron, Ohio, to help us cover the U.S. Open all the way through this weekend's final rounds. And it's Peter Alice, you know, from Akron to Pittsburgh, just about a 3-wood.
Downhill with the wind behind. Jack for a par, 16th.
Get in. Got it. Get in over. Get in there. Oh!
Well, it has to be said, the 16th is a very difficult par 3. Well over 200 yards. The green slightly across the players, a big drop down on the right-hand side and a bunker. Some other scores for you. The number on the right tells you where they are on the course. Well, Payne Stewart at the 12th, third shot. 1 over. Saying I do believe if these temperatures continue and the weathermen and ladies say that it will, I think fitness is going to play a big part. Calcavecchia, 12th, big putt across the green for an eagle 3. Didn't quite borrow enough, but that really was a 2-putt area. So easy to make yourself look very foolish on these greens, and not mean to. Great views from the blimp above. I think for people, particularly in Europe where these pictures are going, they'll be quite amazed to see the beauty of the Pittsburgh area, the trees and the mountains and the rivers. It really is very spectacular. And this fine old course started in 1903. Not a tree in sight. Now the 15th, Curtis Strange. For a birdie, just to go into a 2-stroke lead. Beautiful iron shot he played into this green. Yep. Keep popping them on the greens and rolling them in. Would be a good payday. Curtis Strange won the Open Championship twice, you remember, 89, and since then, that's how he's done. Not been better than 21st at Medina. Missed the cut at Hazeltine, and then 23 and 25, so this will be a good time to swing back into action for him. Montgomery, this for a 3, just to go to 2 under. Stewart at the 12th for a birdie. Yes, well done. Even par. I don't think there's any doubt the qualifying score for the final 2 rounds will be pretty high if the conditions remain like this. There's no forecast of any rain coming to soften things down a bit. That's Larry Nelson at the 17th.
Playing a 5-wood up the right-hand side, 17, very short hole here. Just want to keep it in position.
That does not look good. That just bobbed in there and settled. But you can see how this short par 4 curls round, the ball, the bunkers on the right. Jack just teeing up, playing for position, placing an iron shot, hopefully up the fairway.
Jack with a 1-iron. This hole has been changed a little bit over the years. You know, back in previous Opens, players had driven the ball on the green. The tee has been moved more to the right and a little bit longer. Playing 315 yards straight uphill. Very humid out here, obviously, and difficult for a player to hold on to the club. When you perspire, you get your gloves wet, and you have to make sure you're going to hold on to it.
Steady.
Oh, very bad bounce there.
Doesn't look too bad. This warm weather, though, Jerry, will sure help Jack Nicklaus. You know, he's over 50, and the old muscles get a bit stiffer, and
well, it helps those, Peter, that are used to playing in it. Jack, living in Palm Beach, has a lot of warm weather and humidity. Same with Curtis Strange in Virginia.
Bernard Langer at the 15th.
Perfect tee shot. Good position center of the fairway. Langer's got 228 yards. Hit some wayward iron shots. Normally a very good iron player. And there's another one.
Well, you can't keep missing the targets and hope to rely on chipping and bunker play and putting all the time. That's one of the great keys. It's very simple to say, but anybody who can hit the fairways and hit the greens and doesn't 3-putt very often is a very fine player. Here's Ernie Els, a young South African, 1 over, second at the 12th. Very big man. Full, large swing, and catches the sand. But he's one to watch for the future. Very good touch around the greens, as many big men have. And he enjoys the game. I think he enjoys the competition. His nerves are still very good. It's Robert Gamis giving it a crash out of the light rough. And he's in trouble. Is he the other side? Yep. 6 over. Jay Don Blake, one of the substitutes, having in for a par. Unexpected pleasure for him. Was it painful pleasure to come to Oakmont? Here's Ozaki, Jumbo. This putt for around a 70, and that'll be very good because he dropped 2 strokes, 2 double bogeys he had coming in, the 14th and the 16th, 12th was it, and 14th, very expensive. He held a couple of good putts in that run as well, so it could have been a lot worse. Touched it. Needs to turn, and it does. Well, it's all over for him, and he's taken the thick end almost to the second at 5 hours. So with the last group going out at 3:40 this afternoon, they could be pushed to get in daylight. But that's because of the heat conditions, quality of the course, the degree of difficulty of the course, the greens, the rough, everyone's moving slow. There's the 17th. And in the middle there, just off the edge of the fairway, Jack Nicklaus.
Jack with 92 yards to the hole, flagstick cut on the right. Out of the short cut of rough, has to take it in from left to right. Really a high sand wedge there, floating down right on the hole, just a little long.
Well, it just holds the green, Jerry, right at the back, quite a long putt. If Jack can finish with a couple of pars, he won't be displeased.
And Peter, neither is the large gallery that's following him. 2 shots behind Curtis Strange is Jack right now. David Frost has gone out and birdied 1 and 3 to start this tournament, so he's at 2 under par. Now, we told you about the temperature. If you don't believe us, at the halfway house, 120. The thermometer pushing 100. Tell you what, there'll be a lot of people feel like they should be headed to the halfway house if this heat continues here all this week. Our first round coverage of the 94th U.S. Open continues here at Oakmont. We'll be back in a moment.
Championship leader Curtis Strange on the 16th. 1 stroke ahead of David Frost. 2 iron, Rossi?
2 iron, Peter, and he's going to have to get all over it. Anything short of the hole and to the right was not bad, of course, here. A very large green. Hole cut all the way in the back. Just never want to miss on the short side of these pins. If you miss there, you're almost dead on every hole. Good looking shot right at the middle of the green.
Get lucky. Ho, ho, ho.
Well, another cracking shot, Bob, there from him. He's about 20 feet from the hole. It's a great strike. Lovely shot. Here's a view looking down on the 17th green. Jack Nicklaus there, the third name on the list, has a putt from the back of the green for a birdie, but it's a long way away. I think when you're this distance from the hole on greens as difficult as this, if they fall in, that's just a piece of enormous good fortune. Ben Pinchot at the 16th.
1 under par. Ben also has a 2 iron.
They saw the luck of the draw. Could have gone the other way, but didn't. Back to Jack. Long putt, the 17th, third shot. Slowed up and moved away.
He was really unsure with the break of that putt. He looked at it not once, but twice from the other side of the hole, and obviously was uncertain.
Colin Montgomery from Scotland at the 18th. Come up short. Drove it off the fairway. Sand iron, thrown high and right at the target. That's a fine shot. A putt for a 70. Now Nick Faldo for a par, 15th. Yeah, good putt to hole there. Going to be holding 10-footers for pars. Been working a lot on his putting lately, Faldo, and has shortened his putter by 2 or 3 inches. Now, this was Langer's putt earlier. This was Bernard for a par. Remember, he went in the bunker, the left side of the green. Rolled it up, so he drops one. big fella from Scotland. Father's the secretary at Troon, Royal Troon, where the Open Championship will be played in a year or two over in Britain. And he has this for around a 69. No, that was for a par, beg your pardon, that was for a 70. Well, that's a pretty good round. It's more than a pretty good round, it's a very good round, in fact. We'll give him that one and go to Jack to see if he can get his par at the 17th and stay 1 under. Well done, Jack. Good 4. Only 1 more hole to go. You'll be round in 70 if you do a par up the last.
Shots off the pace of Curtis Strange. Curtis has 3 holes yet to play. David Frost, we told you, went out and birdied 2 of the first 3 holes, but boy, you see Jack Nicklaus's name on a leaderboard. And you're wondering if this is 1962 all over again. Some of those that are just teeing off. Tom Watson, see a lot of him this afternoon. Sammy Torrance is even through 13. The young Rick Peter Baker, who's actually struggled this year after a great season last year, even.
18th tee. Johnny Miller. Having a miserable day.
Well, he finally birdied a hole here on 17, just off of 17, and he said he wasn't going to give up his day job, go back out on the tour.
Here's the 16th green. Curtis Strange, after that beautifully struck 2-iron, has a shortish putt for a 2. This to increase his lead. Camera at the teeing end, and you can get some idea of the undulations of the greens. Looking at the back of the green, that sloping right to left, slopes everywhere on these greens.
Get in.
It's turning left. Tap in, and we go to the 18th tee. Jack Nicklaus. Tee shot at the 18th. He and Curtis Strange won 6 of these championships between them. This is not an easy fairway to hit.
Here 18 if you miss the fairway.
It's a beautiful looking final hole with all the bunkers. The fairway just stretching up to the green at the top in front of the fine old clubhouse. Now here's Nick Price, one of the favourites on the 16th. He's 4 over though.
Coming off a 6 at 15. Peter, he needs this desperately. He's got to make a couple coming in.
No. He's such a good striker of the ball, Price. Very straight hitter. But if he does have a weak department, it's this. He's not too consistent with his putting. When he's on, but he doesn't do what many of them do now. Consistently hold putts 10, 12 feet. But a very fine striker of the ball. This has made him into one of the world's great players. Ben Crenshaw, after that well struck but slightly fortunate tee shot. He of the magic stroke. This to go 2 under. just not running at the hole. A little tentative. But Ben has constructed a very good round today. It's a very hard, short hole, so a 3 is okay. One gentleman from Austin, Texas, to another one. They're everywhere, these fellas. This is Tom Kite for a birdie. These greens are cut so tight. Curtis Strange leads just by 1, just a couple of holes left. David Frost, you can see, has only played 3 holes, but has made a very good start. And Costantino Rocca from Italy, he'll get a lot of his fans jumping around if he keeps playing well. And a whole gaggle of players at level par. Sam Torrance, the Scots, has gone well too. Nobilo, the New Zealander, Calcavecchia, all these players very much in the hunt, although it's early on the first day, of course. Craig Perry, who played so well in this championship a year or so ago. Scott Hoke, 72. He always does well in these big events, this Scott Hoke. Now, second shot of Jack, the 18th.
Tee shot just found the short rough. Shouldn't be much of a factor. He has 193 yards to the hole with a 5-iron. Flag back 24 today on the back right-hand side.
Finds the green, perfect distance, Jerry, but well wide. And again, he's faced with a long putt. 2 putts will do. Now, Nick Fallow, another one of the favorites. 16th.
231 yards today. 3-iron for Nick. Go. Now go. Now go.
Just died on him. Good shot, though, to find the green. And a long shot with a 3-iron. 17th tee, Curtis Strange.
He's going to take an iron and play out to the right. Leave himself with a 80, 90-yard pitch. Talking with the USGA, Peter, I think they're talking about moving this tee up one of the last 2 days so the guys can take a shot at the green.
Oh, that would be interesting. Yeah.
They didn't want to do it the first 2 rounds because they thought the play, as being as slow as it is, that it would get even slower because the fellows would have to wait for the guys to get off the green.
Yeah. And Langer at 16th now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he's missed the target on a lot of occasions, and it's no good saying, well, I'm only 8 or 10 steps from the hole. You still miss the green, and that makes life difficult. Warm welcome for Jack Nicklaus as he strides up the 18th. Stands, bleachers around this 18th green, pretty full. Not much shade. Nicklaus and Miller. Pity the poor old caddies on a day like this. Only a few more yards to go, though, lads, before the cry of sanctuary is heard. Miller, 10 over par. Winner here, was it really 21 years ago? Hard to believe, isn't it? Well, we'll leave them and go to the 17th. Master Ben, Little Ben.
It's got to hold on. It's going a little left.
No, just in the short rough, and looks to be on level ground. That's a great view of the 18th. Johnny Miller it will be to play first. Through the back of the green, just stabs it up and hopes for the best. That could be one of the shots of the week. Very good, John. What a wonderful spell of golf he had very odd years ago. Every time he went out, it seemed to be 63, 64, 66s, winning 6, 7, 8 tournaments in a season. Taking his golf game around the world. It was wonderful to see. Hardly a grey hair. Now Nicklaus next. Harry Nelson is 4 over par. Par is 71, so 4 for 75 for him. Quickly we go to the 14th, Payne Stewart for a birdie. Good roll. But if you can comfortably putt from that range, it eases the nerves tremendously. Very hard to get the ball absolutely stone dead to the hole. Jack almost ready at the 18th. 2 putts for a 70. Lots of undulations on this final green, and of course speed is so important as well. Over and down and on, looks to be. I don't think Jack might have fancied the one back, but he doesn't have to worry about that.
Well, Peter, he's legendary for birdie in the last hole. Always.
That was amazing. Wonderful putt. He may go out tonight and have a crew cut. Some putt to hole. .69. Very good score. Let's have another look at that, because I don't think we'll see many. Don't see many 69s today, or indeed scores under 70. Steely eyes have it. Look, caddy holding the flag there on the left. He seemed to give it a good hit when it went away. There's a hog's back runs sort of through the middle of this green. It looks to be a bit speedy here. Then it starts to slow up. Now it looks good. Now it looks very good. Wonderful. Look, 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 and oh, goodness gracious me. Can you believe it? You can believe it, Jack. 69 on the board. Ozaki in with the 70. Montgomery 71. Crenshaw at the 17th. Second shot.
Tough little shot, even though he's in the light rough. Flagstick cut just over the bunker.
Well, that was on tape, and a good shot from Ben, which he couldn't quite get to stop by the hole, but that's not bad. 18, 20 feet past. Now Curtis Strange.
95 yards.
Well, he really nipped that one. Got a lot of spin. Johnny Miller at the 18th. Finishes off with a par 4. Well done, John. Off they go. Great cheers for Jack. Terrific round. Miller, in fact, was round in 81. So a good start for this championship. Lots more to come. Championship leader, Curtis Strange, for a birdie. At the 17th, good line, good speed. Tricky one left.
Now, we have been treated to quite a first round by Jack Nicklaus. The shot at 18, just in case no one was paying attention. And Jack is just one shot behind Curtis Strange. So a couple of names pretty familiar to those of you that follow golf on the American scene, that's for sure. Tom Watson, another name, and Hale Irwin that are very familiar. They're just teeing off, so we'll see a lot of their round later on this afternoon. Colin Montgomery with, as Peter would say, a level. First round at 71, and now it's my pleasure to introduce, well, I never thought I'd have the chance to do this, Brent Musburger.
Chris, thank you very much. And Peter, wonderful stuff here this morning. What a wonderful start to this United States Open Championship.
It is indeed. And here's Crenshaw putting, and well, they're getting a little tentative now. The greens appear to be just changing color a little bit. They may be getting even drier, firmer. There's the fine practice area here, and all the crowd at the back is looking down on these people, and somewhere in there on the right hand side with the old plantation hat on is AP, Arnold Palmer himself.
And he had to hear the roar when Jack Nicklaus nailed that 40-foot putt up at the 18th green moments ago to finish up his 69. Arnold will have a huge crowd here, all the loyalists remembering his great days, Peter.
Yes, indeed. Well, this could well be his final championship. Nick Price, 17th, for a birdie.
Struggled with the putter today, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, one of those days. If he's got the strength right, he's been offline, and he's been online, he hasn't hit it hard enough. But if he can just keep going, if he can finish, you know, I think, as I said earlier, the qualifying score is going to be pretty high. So, but you really don't want to be too far back. You don't want to be more than sort of 74 or 75 if you're really going to get back into it.
14-second shot, and here's a powerful youngster from the European circuit. Plans on playing more on the American PGA Tour, Ernie Els.
Come, feet right.
Well, was that lucky or was that unlucky?
This is for par for Curtis.
He struck some beautiful iron shots today. He's had a couple of 3 putts, but he's looked comfortable. The putter has been swung nice and rhythmically.
Here's Seve, his second shot at 15. The weather is another part of the huge story. It's amazing to me that Jack Nicklaus, for example, was able to hold up on the inward 9, Peter. It is really muggy and hot out there.
It certainly is. Seve here, 2 over par. Fiery, but it's sitting sort of up in the grass.
Now Curtis at the 18th tee, and Peter, you were speaking earlier of this finishing hole. This might be one of the most challenging finishing holes in all of major championship golf.
Yes, it's a good drive because the fairway tilts a bit left to right and the grass is cut so tight that anything with a little bit of fade or left to right movement pitching in the middle of the fairway stands a fair chance of ending up in the rough on the right. Those big bunkers on the left and right, and of course if you miss the fairway, those 3 up in front there, which probably on more occasions than not only catch the poor old club player, well, the better players, the top players, have to be mindful if they miss the fairway not to put the second shots in there. So this is you've got to play a sort of game of chess on this hole. But the first object is to find the fairway, get a fair distance down the course, 220, 25, 30 yards sort of minimum, and then you're in business.
Looking anxiously.
Oh, that could be trouble, Rossi.
He hasn't missed many fairways today, Brent. He missed the 9th and then this one.
There's the young man out there to mark it. Now
the H to start him.
Calcavecchi is in, I'd say, deep trouble.
See, with all his strength, man, he smashed that as hard as he could just to advance it, 100 yards up the fairway.
Oh, they should outlaw those square grooves. Now we go back to Gentle Ben, who's having himself quite a day here, too.
He's 3 under par the back 9, and I'll tell you, there's not going to be many players shoot 3 under the back 9. This is a hard 9 holes of golf.
Well, he misses the fairway, but as Bob was saying, if Crenshaw can find the fairways, he's got the touch and the golfing brain to get him round this course with a good score. Tom Kite, 16th for a 2, and he's got it. Oh, demons. Goalkeepers. Well, they're all here, I guess, the goalkeepers.
They're getting ready, I guess.
They're getting ready.
The battling Bolivians play the Germans tomorrow in Chicago, Peter.
Oh, they'll be...
Sorry to see the Brits aren't here this time.
Well, that's probably a good thing. There'd be blood and fur everywhere if they were.
Here's Bryce now with the TNA team.
It's a nice bounce. That's what we mean when you say the luck of the draw. That might have gone the other way and ended up in a miserable place.
Great crowd. Andy North. Now it's 16.
Yes! Well done, Andy. Can you make it 3? Won the championship twice. Wouldn't that be something now?
Niles finishing up with his birdie at 14. Well done.
He's a very good player. There's a lot of good players come out of South Africa. Used to playing in the heat, used to difficult greens. They know how to read greens, good putting strokes.
There's another one on that board.
Yep, David Frost is there.
And Tom Lehman just starting his first round.
Good international field. I must confess, as a European, it's nice to see players from around the world coming to play in this Open Championship, because that's the whole concept of an Open Championship. And of course, so many people want to come and play, it's difficult to fit them all in.
Calcavecchi is 3rd down there, Peter, here at the 15th.
That's some bunker on the right there. Good shot. Calcavecchi. He's a big fella. I met when he won the championship at Troon, where Colin Montgomery's father's the secretary. He struck me as somebody who was not necessarily a touch player, but lots of movements, lots of waggles, lots of moving parts. Hit the ball very hard, and I suppose that's if he does have a weakness, it's the fact that he does hit at the ball a bit too hard on occasion.
Here's another of the European stars. Very deliberate. Some would say too slow. How has the pace of play been here today overall? Peter, when Frank Hannigan was on earlier, what did he think? That they'd finish before darkness?
Well, I think they'll be a bit pushed. They're taking almost sort of 5 hours to get round, and we're told that the USJ are out monitoring this group. They're going to have 3 bad times before they're penalized. But where do you start on a day like this? If the first if the first sort of half a dozen groups out on the course with nobody in the way take 4 hours 40, 4 hours 45 minutes, what do you do about it? I'm afraid I don't have the answer. Here again, even from this range, you've got to be so careful that you don't race it past the hole. Well, a comfortable 2-putt. I suppose if you hit every fairway and every green in the right number and 2-putt every green, it can add up to 68.
Let's move to the 18th fairway now and see what kind of problem Bob Rosberg has found with Curtis Strange.
Curtis has 190 yards to the hole, Brent. He has a decent lie. It's not a great lie, but it's not a real bad one. The one problem he has is the ball is above his feet, and that's going to tend to make it go to the left, along with the high rough grabbing the club and make it go left. Now, if he can all he has to do is carry it over this cross bunker, which is about 30 or 40 yards short of the green, and I think it'll run right up on the green. It's going to come out hot. So he wants to try and carry this ball about 160 yards.
Yeah, Curtis leads Jack Nicklaus by 1, and yes, this is not a tape replay. This is live 1994.
Looks like Curtis has a 6-iron here.
Kind of a cross, dude.
So, I think it's crazy.
I hit a 6-iron through 175 yards. You think it should be over the green? Got 200 over the green, huh? Boy, it's got to jump a little bit to 175 yards.
Yeah. Just a smooth one of them, okay? I mean, you know, it's 91, so uphill.
Just a hint of a breeze out of the left. Not going to affect the ball at all, though.
Was that bunker that Rossi told you about, that cross bunker? He jumped up above it.
Yes, it's pretty thick, that grass, even though you think you can advance it a bit further. He's still faced with a tricky shot. And it'd be very sad if he drops sort of more than one stroke on this last hole, because as Bob was saying, he's only missed 2 fairways on the inward run. Here's Crenshaw.
He has 175. Nice lie in the short rough. Actually coming from the better half of the fairway from the right, because the green slopes from left to right.
So there's how Ben has fared here on the back 9.
That's very good playing. A bit fiery through the back. Oh, almost disappears.
Now Calcavecchia for par.
The 15th claims another victim. Even par now.
Aldo for birdie at 17.
He needs a couple of putts in, and that looks pretty good. Oh, just fell across the face of the hole. One thing about Faldo, you know that he always gives 101%. Because you get some impression there of the shortness of the... He brought 3 or 4 putters with him, and he's made them very short. He's 6'2", 6'3". Almost looks like a child's putter in his hands.
Not a wonderful leaderboard. First round of the 94th United States Open Championship. Jack Nicklaus with a 69. We're going to be hearing from Jack, Larry Nelson soon. They'll be with Chris. There's how some of the other fellows are doing. Jeff Maggart. Many folks expecting to play well here this year, just getting started. Freddie Couples, 1 over through 2. Now we go back to Curtis Strange, Rossi.
Very awkward lie. Ball below him, actually, but an uphill lie. I think he'd take 5, walk in from here. Has about 65 yards.
Gave that everything he had, but as Bob was saying, a very, very difficult stance to try and force it up and onto the green from there.
Now back on the tee is Fowler.
With an iron.
A little bit of wind behind him right now, and he's pulled this one left.
Down. Down. Down.
Right on the fringe. That may not be too bad. Got a good line into the green from there.
Now Langer.
He was really going along quite nicely till all of a sudden that double bogey jumped up at the 12th. Normally a great iron player. He's hit a couple of very wayward iron shots.
Better than that one.
Seve back on the 16th, par 3.
Got it back to even. He was 2 over 4 or 5 holes ago.
Sit down, whoa, sit down, whoa.
Whoa, pretty good. He's about, his English, you know, is about 6 handicap now, but he speaks several languages, and whatever country he's in, he uses that language. He's always find quite amusing.
Now it's Curtis, and this is his 4th shot here.
This is a hard chip. Up the hill, breaks a lot from left to right, goes through a swale and then up onto the plateau.
Couldn't get it close, Rossi. Calcavecchia on the 16th.
We're talking about all these moving parts. See how he grips and re-grips the club? His knees go, his ankles go, his head moves, and then there's all these endless moving parts that all have to come back to the ball in the right position to hit it straight. Which they did. Unfortunately, he didn't get a bounce up onto the green.
Now, no easy shot here either for Crenshaw at the 18th.
This is maybe the hardest shot you can have on this golf course. If he picked it up and threw it with his hand, I don't think he could stop it. Not a 6-inch rough. It's really tough. If he gets this one up and down, you know he's done something. Look at this shot. Look at this shot. What a golf shot. That is unbelievable, folks. Unbelievable.
At the 17th, kite for birdie.
5 feet past.
Trying to get back to even with that.
Yeah.
18 now, it's Price.
He has a little easier shot. Doesn't have very good lie, but at least it's going up the hill. Missed the green with an 8-iron, though. Hasn't been his day. You know, Peter, as you watch these fellows play the last hole, it's taken them a tremendous amount of time to play it, but I don't think this is one time you can blame the players for taking this long. The weather and the golf course is just too hard to play fast.
Yeah, I agree. It's there's trouble everywhere.
Now for par for Kite at 17.
That was a bit short and a bit quick, that stroke. Wasn't vintage Kite.
Now Curtis Strange. This is for bogey. He has slipped back into a tie with Jack Nicklaus, who is in with a 69, in case you just came home and snapped on the television set. Wonderful stuff by Jack today. David Frost off to a good start. He's 2 under through 6. We'll be seeing him a little bit later this afternoon. And now Curtis trying to get down here on the 18th.
Well, you get the feeling he didn't really deserve a 6. I mean, the tee shot was well struck, and it was only 3 yards off the fairway, but he found himself in a position where he couldn't really advance it forward, and that just spoils the day a bit, finishing with a 6, but a good round, 70.
Yeah, it does. And there's our guy. Good stuff. We're going to hear from Jack here soon. Wonderful 69. Great 40-foot putt on the 18th, folks. We'll be showing that to you with Chris Berman a little bit later. And now let's go back to Crenshaw.
This for 70 as well. A rare sight. So par round for Ben, 71. Again, he finishes with a little sour taste in the mouth. Disappointing, because he had a beautiful tee shot and a good looking second that just fired its way through the green.
Now this is Ernie Els. Long birdie putt here at 15. At 16.
Yeah, down in 2 from here will be good playing too. Up and over the hill. Good touch.
Well, the low round of the day. Jack Nicklaus in with a 69, and you got a couple of fellows who've experienced some great moments here. Let's go to Chris Berman now, Chris. Right now, earlier, let's clean up a few things here. Nick Faldo, second shot at 18. And into the bunker. We should point out the third member of that group with Jack and Larry was Johnny Miller. Miller declined, and understandably so, to come up here and be interviewed. He shot an 81 today. Now, this is the third for Faldo, and this is back live.
That was a great shot. He pulled his tee shot a little bit. He pulled his second shot. But that is the shot of a master. That's a wonderful shot from about 40 yards. And let's hope he can pop it in. He's 2 over par, so he has that small putt for 73. Now, this was
now earlier back to Langer.
Yep. Pulled some iron shots as well today, and there's another one going up the left-hand side, but that's not putting him in any trouble. It's almost the putt that Nicklaus had.
Now Calcavecchia is going to try to bring it in on the par 4 17th. Uphill over those bunkers, has to carry it now. It's not an impossible shot, but that tee is far back today for them.
Shot. That is some hit. Just picked the right line. You can see the result. Just a few paces short of the green. It's a big drive.
Now we drop to Ernie Els on the tee at the par 3 16th.
That long, exaggerated follow-through with the left hip swinging away, but my word, he does play a lot of good shots.
Peter, I know a lot of folks want to know about Greg Norman. He just started. He parred the first hole, so throughout the afternoon we'll be keeping you updated on Norman and the other fellows. Phil Mickelson, he too parred the first hole, and now let's see if Langer can finish up with a birdie putt of about the same distance that Nicklaus had.
It's almost identical, so we get a chance here of comparing the two. Jack holed his, but the interesting thing for those of you watching at home is the pace of the putt as it goes across the green, over the slope, and down towards the hole. Now, Langer is a very good long putter, as a rule. And you see, he's judged that to absolute perfection for a down and two putt. That's brilliant.
And Jack would have settled for that, Peter. That's what he was looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. But it went in. And that's the whole game of golf in a nutshell. He'd be delighted to get down in two from there. But play is now taking over 5 hours. 5 hours and 5-6 minutes. And I don't think, it certainly won't get any quicker as the day goes on. So there may be a problem in getting round in daylight.
Now Chip Beck. First look at him here at the 16th for birdie.
He's a good player, you know. He's a good sort of fellow that keeps the ball in play. He was very impressive in the Ryder Cup matches over the last year or two at keeping the ball in play. He may have the sort of game, if he strikes form, that put him towards the top of the leaderboard here this week.
Faldo for par at 18.
This is not quite the putt that Ben Crenshaw had. Ben was a little more to the left, but the ball, certainly Crenshaw's ball, ran away to the right as he putted it. So if that's anything to go by, I would think that Faldo would be aiming this, depending on the speed he's going to hit the ball, at the left side of the hole. Maybe not outside the lip. Depends on the speed. Fanny Sunnison, his faithful caddy there. She's earned her pay today, and they all have. Those bags weigh 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 pounds.
Who would burden a caddy on a day like this with an 80-pound bag?
Yes, should have a little pencil bag.
Take a
3
llama.
balls, a couple of tees. Yeah, well done. Dead on. Well, he'll be glad to get that one out of the way. 73. It's been a bit of a struggle, but that's a good 4 at the last.
Now Els for birdie at 16.
How about this? He's some player, this young fellow. He's only 24.
The day at Oakmont, Pennsylvania, almost 100 degrees, muggy, overcast, oppressive, and Jack Nicklaus opens with a 69. Well, let's go out on videotape now, and here is Seve, his second shot at the par 4 17th. Nicely done.
He's had a very up and down round today, Seve, but if he can maybe birdie this one on a par at the last, that'll be all right for an opening score.
Is to be disappointed about 17, and here's Kite's second at 18.
2 over. one stopped. Crenshaw's pitch a little shorter, came in a little lower, a little hotter, went through the back.
Well, let's see if Seve can finish up here with a birdie, Peter.
Yes, he could do with this one. Yeah, well done.
Having a fine opening round. Well, he has been wild all day, and this is his third shot at 18 for John Daly, who is 9 over par. Yeah, nice shot, John. Do you remember Calcavecchia almost drove the green on the par 4 17th? Well, on videotape, we want to show you his second shot. What a drive. That would have been some eagle.
Lovely little chip and run, a flat run in, but played with probably one of the most, if not the most lofted club in the bag. Now, Andy North, twice winner of this championship. 7 over.
Awfully nice man.
Oh, yeah.
Great football fan.
He coached. He used to coach up in Michigan.
Wisconsin. With the Badgers. Does a nice job of broadcasting for ESPN. I've heard him on the air several times. Great travel back, huh?
Yeah, lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, look at all the tents down there. What do you think the USGA gets per tent this week?
Oh, I don't know. It must be at least $10 a square foot.
Calcavecchia for birdie. Well done, Mark.
ESPN's coverage of the first round continues with, yes, that's right, it's not a flashback, Jack Nicklaus, opening round 69, including birdie and 18. He shares the lead with David Frost. And, of course, our blimp shots, the Goodyear blimp Spirit from Akron, Ohio, has been dispatched by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company to accompany our extensive coverage here at Oakmont, and we thank them kindly. World Cup. It all begins this weekend. ESPN will bring you 41 games. ABC will bring you tons more. The World Cup on ESPN.
Chris, who do you like?
Well, I kind of like, here's my sleeper, Brent, Nigeria.
That is a sleeper.
All right?
I'm taking Colombia as a sleeper. Is that a sleeper?
No, they're not a sleeper. Okay. They're wide awake.
Here's Kite now. This is for par.
That stroke was a little short and a little quick, but the ball disappeared. 73, that's all right, Tom.
Now, Ernie Els, the Calcavecchia legend, is spreading. Here comes Els.
He's really got to hammer it from that back tee.
Too low, isn't it?
Oh, in deep trouble. You pay a price, don't you, Rossi, when you try?
Well, actually, that's not too bad, Brent. I've got to say that it wide open, little pitch into the green. He's not going to have the best of lies, but I think it's a lot better than trying to pitch it over the bunker and stop it.
I expected him to say he's got no shot, and instead I got not too bad. It just goes to show, Peter, I never know what I'm going to get from the Ross man.
Well, that's the spice of life.
Let's go up now and see if Daly can finish up with a par.
Well, this for an 80.
So, John Daly. You'll have to do much better tomorrow. What a beautifully framed picture that is. Gallery here at the 18th, Seve on the tee.
cries of anguish there. He's taken, oh, now applause. That's good. Hard fairway to hit.
Now, Calcavecchia won't be trying to drive this one, folks. This is some par 4 here.
Well, he's cutting loose. Well, if he's gone over there, that is not the place to be.
Underneath in the rough, we are told. And that's the 15th tee. Recently installed over there on that side. And Calcavecchia has hit his tee shot close to that. Now back to Payne Stewart. Here's all the fellas and how far they've progressed in the first round, alphabetical order. If you don't see the name of someone that you want, you'll realize he has not yet teed off. It could be a very costly tee shot for Calcavecchia.
Yeah, well, that's the great thing about this course. I think that there isn't a hole where you can really have a rest. On most courses, there are holes that will give a player problems, a specific hole that they don't like. But here, there's danger everywhere.
David Edwards, some liked him as a long shot this week.
Could be good. Wonderful. Could be a 1.
Now, one of the unknowns here, stalking the top of the leaderboard, Mark Wirtz. And this is for birdie. Right now, he stands at 1 under par. This would tie him the moment with Jack Nicklaus. And he knew it right away when he took that step, didn't he?
He nearly fell in, though.
Who's been a great putter on the PGA Tour this year, playing in his first United States Open. Mark was born out in Yakima, Washington, now lives in Port Ludlow, Washington, so he's one of the stars from the great Northwest. And now, here is Mark O'Meara. This is the finishing 18th.
Could be in.
That was on videotape, and Peter, he's playing along with Sam Torrance.
Yes, Sam, who we call him the Iron Man in Europe. He plays almost every week, and a fine hitter of the ball. He's gone to this long putter over the last 2 seasons, I suppose. And when he's on form, he rolls them in pretty well. That could be as well.
Well done. Delightful fella.
Making a mockery of the game.
That's what Jack Nicklaus did today, folks. A 69. The bear is back. When you lose a tee shot, Peter, at the U.S. Open, you pay a price.
Yes, and of course everyone's wonderful with hindsight, but you see, he's got things going very well. He's 1 under par, 4 for a 70, and he decided to have a tremendous clatter, and it's paid the penalty. He played an iron. Seve here. Second shot, if he gets a good one, finds the middle of the green, finishes with a 4. He'll be reasonably happy. Maybe finishing with a 3 will be even better. Now see, wanders off. Well, that's a good 2 nice iron shots from Ballesteros.
Now Edwards, birdie hunting at 16.
It all looks so simple when it works, doesn't it? A shot to the green, the right bounce, get the right line.
Now Stewart's second at 18. He's struggled, hasn't he?
What are those colors he's got on today? What are those colors now?
Well, do they look like Redskin togs that he's wearing?
Is it?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, sure. They've changed coaches, so they kind of changed the look, but that's the Washington Redskins. You know American football, Peter?
Well, I think he just looks very beguiling. Steady. Right. Calcavecchia, well, that's all he could do. He just used that mighty power of his to smash it back in an effort to get back to the fairway. He's come from behind the scoreboard there on the right, behind the trees, and that really was a wicked tee shot. He could lose 2 shots here, and all the sweat and toil of the previous 17 holes virtually disappears with one poor drive.
Now Ernie Els looking for a birdie at 17.
A good putt.
Yeah, he's going to be in the chase, Peter. He has the look about him.
When he gets going, this boy, he just keeps going. He might have, I should say, won a tournament at home last week.
Mark Rolfing's out with Scott Verplank at the 9th.
Going along quite well at 1 under right now. Long bunker shot. Doesn't get it to stop, but still a good chance for birdie about 6 feet down the hill.
That'd be a great story, Mark, if he'd come back and play well on the PGA Tour.
Boy, he's come a long way back, too.
Now let's go back to Calcavecchia, his 3rd.
He's still a fair distance from the hole, 150 odd yards or so, something like that.
Wouldn't this be some way to save par? Make that putt. Nicely done, Mark Calcavecchia. 1 under par on a day that Jack Nicklaus opens with a 69.
So if he gets this in, that's a good escape here at the 18th. Will only drop 1. Good opening round.
Now this is Wirtz, who is 1 under at 13, and remember, he's the leading putter on the PGA Tour, so if he can throw it up on these lightning quick greens, give himself a chance, he can battle his way into contention. He's got to stop now. Greens are drying out here this afternoon. The water they received from earlier today, of course, and no wind out there, but they're starting to dry. Spike marks out there. And now Verplank, and this is for birdie at 9. Now Seve, this for par at 18.
Okay, 72. We used to call that level 4s. Now everything's worked in par, but I always reckon on a course of this quality, if you think that level 4 is 72 strokes, do 4 of them, you won't be a million miles away.
And we'll see what Wirtz can do from this distance, Peter. You can see he just touched it.
Good feel for the putt.
Playing very well. Back to chip back his 2nd at 18.
Playing from 165 yards. Chip's had a good solid round. Hasn't made a whole lot of putts. He's a good player. Has great patience, and that really helps here.
That's where you don't want to be up there. Through the green, he's 5, 6 steps maybe off the edge of the green.
Now, Els here, Rossi, with a chance to perhaps turn in a 68 if he can get himself within birdie range here.
He's 150 yards. I would think he'd just take an 8-iron, even though it's uphill, just a nice smooth 8-iron, try and carry it into that hollow and jump it up there.
Yes. We could be watching the dawning of a new star here, folks. They've been talking about this young man for several years, and he may be coming of age at the United States Open. Thursday, June 16th, 1994, not 1962. And Jack Nicklaus with a 69 moves atop the leaderboard at the 94th United States Open Championship. He did it with this 40-foot putt at the 18th. And now a 24-year-old youngster from South Africa, Ernie Els, has an opportunity to fashion the first 68 of this U.S. Open Championship. He made enough money on the PGA stop last week to earn his card here on the tour, and he has said publicly that he intends to play in the United States. He figures that his game is better suited for the PGA Tour here in the States for a while, and he's going to give it a go. He's an outstanding player in just a short time. I know, Peter, you have covered him so much over in Europe, and you have been talking about him for the last 2 or 3 years.
Yes, he's a child prodigy, you might say. He's won many events in South Africa, where there are a lot of good players who don't travel out of the country too often. And he's going to be, I'm sure, a world beater. This is Robert Gamez, he of the shades. You can tell, can't you, when you watch him? You can see the pace and you can see the run of the ball. I thought actually it was going to stop a couple of inches short, but 76, what a way to finish for 76, but by no means out of it. The main task on the first 2 rounds, of course, is to get in a position to challenge and to qualify, obviously, for the final weekend's play.
So here is Ernie Els, and Peter, after his bogey on the 10th, he stood at 2 over par. He has birdied 4 holes since then.
Yep. This is a tricky little putt. Just moves a bit, comes a bit from the right. Again, speed is so important, but he's got a wonderful touch. As we said before, that often in the game of golf there have been big men who have a wonderful touch around them. George Archer comes to mind, who was one of the great putters. Wonderful, these close-ups. It takes us right into the heart of the game. Give it enough. An unmissable one back, but he's seen the way the ball runs, so he knows it's left of center coming back.
Well, we go back to the 11th hole for our first look at Rummels. David playing well is 1 under. And
looks like John Houston, doesn't he? Very similar.
Now this is for par for chip back.
Played a very good chip from the heavy grass at the back of this green to get it to about 8 feet. It's really very good indeed.
full. Well, Kirk Triplett playing very well. Here in par 5, ninth, second shot. Triplett was 2 under through 7, bogeyed the 8th. Now at 1 under, and good chance of picking up at least one up there. And Els finishes up with the second 69 of the day, matching Jack Nicklaus. So Nicklaus and Els are now co-leaders during the first round, with lots of players still to come. Now Rick Fair's second of the night. Now Fair hit his shot. And so Tommy Armour throwing this one up. Fair had just finished his shot, and then we picked up Armour there at the 11th hole.
He played for a year or two on the European tour and did very, very well indeed. Charming young fella.
Now, moments ago, we'll finish up this on videotape and show you the result of Fair's shot. Beautiful old clubhouse in the background here at Oakmont, isn't it? Now
on the putting green.
That's the practice putting green, folks. That's a great shot. Second shot. Now this is Hugh Royer, the third. He's at 1 under. And Hugh coming off a birdie at the 13th. And stay right there now.
His first Open Championship as well.
Yes.
On the Nike tour mainly, but he's been around for a bit.
Now David Edwards, his second shot at the 18th.
He's an interesting player, you know. He doesn't look impressive, too impressive in his striking, but he keeps getting the job done. Young fellow caddying for him from Cornwall in England is quite a character as well. But you watch his swing, he's very quick rhythm, and there's a little twirly bit at the top of the backswing. The club changes direction at the top, but a quick rhythm. But he's a very good, solid striker. Going to go into the fridge. No, just stop short of the fridge, so that won't bother him when he takes the putter back.
Were you talking about the top of his swing here?
Yeah, you just watch at the top of the backswing. There's just a little movement of the wrist. It's sort of the club, big hip action going back, big turn. Now there, you see. Now just watch. See, that's almost like stirring a cup of tea with the old spoon at the top of the backswing. But he gets it down on line and gets well through the ball, hits it very crisply. That long follow through with the sort of belly button facing the hole, which is all the rage now.
Now Mark Ward's playing well. Second shot at 15, stands at 1 under par.
He's got a neat looking swing, but has he pulled that a bit? Oh, just a whisker, that's all right. Could come around very well.
Yeah, well, Peter, we're going to wrap up our initial coverage here soon. Come back in a couple of hours and close it up. Still a lot of things to happen. A couple more fellows from across the pond are off to great starts here. Gordon Brand. Look at Tom Watson, 1 under through 6.
The following is an ESPN special presentation.
No, this is not a time warp. After an even par 36 on the front, Jack Nicklaus, birdie on the 12th, fell in, and Jack Nicklaus was 1 under par through 12. On the 14th, remember, 32 years ago, Nicklaus won here at Oakmont Country Club. His first event as a pro. Oh, by the way, it was a U.S. Open. Here's his approach. Nicklaus again within 10 or 12 feet of the hole. His birdie attempt on the par 4 14th. The perfect touch. The ball dropped in its last rotation, and say it ain't so. Jack Nicklaus was a 2 under par. He bogeyed 16, but the Master was not done yet. From 40 feet away on the par 4 18th, up the hill, and into the hole. On a blistering day, Jack Nicklaus had blistered Oakmont with a 2 under 69. Ernie Els from South Africa hadn't even been born when Nicklaus already had won 2 U.S. Open championships. Els was 2 over through 10. After birding 11, 14, and 16, he tried to reach the 315-yard par 4 17th with his drive. It ended in the tough rough, but a good pitch out and a birdie attempt. And Els registered 4 birdies on the backside to match Nicklaus at 2 under par 69. Still on the course, Greg Norman with an eagle attempt on the par 5 9th. Just slid by, but he converted the birdie to go to 2 under. Oh yes, Arnold Palmer in his 5th U.S. Open here at Oakmont. Birdie attempt on 9. The Army was whooping. Arnold finished the front side at 2 over and deserved a drink of water. And on a hot day, Arnie did, well, maybe he also deserved a new golf club. That's really the only fumble that Arnold has made as he's thrilled his Army. At this moment, Greg Norman has played 10 and is at 2 under to match Nicklaus's 69. Tom Watson, yes, you know these names. He's at 2 under through 12. Hale Irwin, the 3-time winner of this event, 2 under through 11. Els is in at 69. The young Brit, Peter Baker, is at 2 under through 14. An unknown Bradley Hughes. Yes, there are those in this field. He's at 2 under through 7. Frank Nobilo, the New Zealander, 2 under through 14. Unheralded Jimmy Green, working a dream here at Oakmont, 2 under through 4. Curtis Strange, until he double bogeyed 18, had the lead. He settled for a 1 under par 70. Jumbo Ozaki, Fulton Allen, Scott Verplank, Kirk Triplett, all at 1 under par. Other prominent players, Ben Crenshaw had the putter working on most of the holes. He finished level at 71. Fred Couples has played 11, has gotten back to even par. Bernard Longer was in good shape till a double bogey on the backside put him over par. Seve had a good opening round to finish at 1 over 72. Phil Mickelson is 1 over through the turn. Nick Faldo finished at 2 over 73, as did the champion of this event from 2 years ago, Tom Kite. Other notable players. Arnold, we showed you, +2 through 9. Lee Jansen, the defending champ, having his troubles, is 3 over just past the turn. Payne Stewart finished with a 74. The Masters champ, Olafabo, is at 3 over at the turn. Davis Love III is at 4 over through 11. Nick Price finished at 5 over par. And for Corey Pavin, a struggling 78. Opening round continues here at Oakmont. Presents the National Championship conducted by the United States Golf Association. Welcome to the opening round of the 94th U.S. Open Golf Championship. Just about a Willie Stargell home run from Three River Stadium, 15 miles east of downtown Pittsburgh at historic Oakmont Country Club. It's been here since 1903. This is the 7th U.S. Open. The crowd saw their favorites, and boy, were they whooped up when Jack came in with a 2 under par 69. They also hopefully brought along their portable air conditioners, because today at Oakmont, the record highs continue. And a record high in the Pittsburgh area yesterday. Today, the same. 95 degrees with humidity of 90%. You can't move out there. The wind is when somebody sneezes from the north at 3 miles an hour. Hello once again, everybody. I'm Chris Berman. So glad you could be with us as our coverage continues here between ESPN and ABC. You'll see it all at the U.S. Open, maybe on through Monday if there is a playoff. You know, if they fired up a script from Hollywood and said, well, what would you want to see in the first round of the U.S. Open in 1994? And Hollywood came back with, well, Jack Nicklaus will be in at 69 on the leaderboard with Tom Watson and Hale Irwin and Curtis Strange and Greg Norman. You'd have to fire it back and say, forget it. It's too corny. But it's not too corny because we have more action. Norman continuing to stalk. Let's bring in our compatriots, Brent Musburger and Peter Alice. Gentlemen.
Chris, thank you very much. Nice job. Set our scene here. And now Greg Norman with an opportunity to seize the lead here with a birdie on the 11th. Norman standing at 2 under. Peter tied with a cluster of golfers right now.
Yes, a very interesting opening few hours from this first day. And Greg Norman's been filling the press with stories that he's not playing very well and he's just lost his game, and here he is with a putt for the lead. So, you know, you never know at this game how you're going to play. You think you can, but you feel good some days and it doesn't work, and other days you feel wonderful and it doesn't work either. But he's be a hard man to beat if he gets going, but misread that one, and look where it's gone. 5 feet by nearly.
I think Greg might have gotten a little fooled because they put some water on this green right before he played his approach shot in.
Now at 13, this is Tom Watson for birdie.
This for the lead if it goes in, but it's going to turn a bit too late. It's trying hard.
Peter Baker, 16th tee.
Young lad from England who played at a very good Ryder Cup match at the Belfry a couple of years ago, but that's not the place to be. Better off in there than in that thick grass, though.
So a look now at our featured pairings that we're going to be covering here for the next couple of hours on ESPN. David Frost, who got off to a solid start. Nobby Lowe, who grew up in New Zealand, now plays on the European circuit, playing very well. Jerry Pate is with Ian Woosnam, Tom Watson, and Larry Mize. Judy Rankin will be with Fred Couples, Fuzzy Zeller, and Hale Irwin. Tom Lehman enjoying a wonderful season on the PGA Tour. It was with Fulton Allen and Gordon Brand Jr. Then our champions, Lee Janzen, last year at Baltusrol, John Harris, the amateur champion, and Greg Norman, the reigning British champion, all playing together, and Mark Rolfing, whom we've already heard from. Phil Mickelson attracting a lot of attention. Got off to a solid start today. Scott Simpson, of course, former U.S. Open champion, Rocco Mediate. And I think one of the great stories of the day is what Arnold Palmer has accomplished so far. I know he's 2 over par, but folks, consider that John Daly was 10 over par today. Johnny Miller was 10 over par. Get an indication of just how solid Palmer's round has been. Now Norman. Stays at 2 under. So here's Nobby Lowe and his third shot. Peter, give us a little background on him.
A good man, Frank Nobilo. When you see his face, you'll know why he's descended from pirates, they say. When you see his face, all those old Autora de Cordova movies come flooding back, and Rhonda Fleming and all that gang used to thrill us when we were kids. And you just wait. Come and turn around, Frank. You need a bit of the razor, I think. But
first, we want to wish Hale Irwin get out of the rough here at the 12th.
He started in the left rough off the tee. This third shot now at the par 5 from 175 yards.
Slow down.
Well, that really raced in there. That pitched well short and never looked as if it was going to stop.
Before that, Judy, it was Freddie Couples.
Well, he's done battle with the rough today. He hit it way right off the tee here. Had to just play out. This was 195 yards.
No way. He hit it in this right rough, yeah, and he chopped it out.
So, Freddie, experiencing a little difficulty here at Oakmont. Now, Tom Watson, another solid round being turned in here, eh, Jerry Pate?
Swinging extremely well, Tom is today, playing an iron shot. He walked up to me here on the 13th hole and said, Jerome, it's the scene of the crime. And I think he was referring back to '78 at the PGA Championship, where he played so well here.
You might know a few intimate details of that PGA, Jerry. Who won that, as I recall? Was it Mahaffey?
Here he is, yeah, at the 10th for a birdie. Hardly touched it. Look at this.
On cue, Peter.
Well, it was going quicker at the end than it was at the beginning. No. Anyone witnessing that accident, please call Whitehall 1212.
There's the setting here at Oakmont. It's going to be a challenging weekend. No rain in the forecast as of yet. A lot of rough. There was moisture in the Pittsburgh area earlier this spring. Of course, it's been so dry lately, some of it has actually died alongside the fairways, but you'd never know it, considering where some of the fellows have been today, eh, Peter?
That's right. And it's interesting that the comment before the event started, you know, this being the most difficult golf course in the world and everything. And still so many players at par, or 1 over par. I'm still work on old money. I reckon on 72 being a very good score. You know, you can have your 71s. You make a hole 6 inches shorter this year than last, and it goes to a par 4 instead of a par 5. I think anyone around 72 will go home tonight feeling very comfortable. These are the 72 shooters today, or the ones out on the course at this moment, still 1 over par. And it is a hard course, but it's the conditions, it's the weather conditions too that are going to play such a big part. Very debilitating.
Now below now for par.
So you keep doing that. Good score together. Hey, I see now. Did you ever see a better-looking pirate than that? Eh? A player's slow, but he wasn't clean-shaven at the start of play.
So here's our national amateur champion, John Harris, on the 12th tee.
Players had a little bit of a wait here for the group in the fairway.
John's just coming off a birdie, isn't he, Mark?
This is a big slice. Headed way right. He's one of the few players I saw hit driver off the 11th tee. Hit a gorgeous second shot in there.
Yeah, got a little unlucky there at the end. He might have stayed on that beaten down trail at the Gowery. If you're going to be wild sometimes, you want to get over where the Gowery is, trample down the grass. Here's Hale Irwin's 4th shot on the par 5 12th.
Miserable lie. He's just stared at it a very long time. Chop at it with a sand wedge.
Hit and hope. It's all you can do. And sometimes it comes off and they finish stone dead, and you walk up onto the green looking cool and calm, as if you meant it.
Now Norman on the tee.
He's pulled this ball left, headed toward the bunker.
And found it. Norman started off with 5 pars, then he threw in a birdie at the 6th, later birdied the 9th, stands at 2 under par. Now he's put his tee shot into some difficulty here, but it is a par 5. Now Peter Baker for par on the par 3 16th.
Yes, he missed the green and putted up to here, but I tell you what, when he gets his putter going too, he can roll them in from all over. He comes from the Midlands in England, not far from our second main city, Birmingham.
He will now bogey 2 of the last 4 holes as we jump to another you're familiar with, Ian Woosnam.
Yep.
Woosie playing a sand wedge from 111, flagstick 22 on the right. And that was not a very good shot there.
He's had 1 bad hole, and that was the 4th when he took an 8. Stands at 3 over par right now. And we'll stay for Watson.
Watson hit a perfect tee shot here, played an iron nicely to the left side of the fairway, has 110 yards. Very easy flagstick for him to attack from that position with a sand wedge.
Yeah, but unlucky. One hop forward that was stone dead.
Now this is Hale Irwin for par.
Look where he's aiming. Must be 4 or 5 feet wide of the hole. Just overdid it.
So on this, the first day of the 1994 United States Open Championship, Jack Nicklaus shoots a 69 to take the lead. Ernie Els is right there with him. Well, we come back to Frank Nobilo, one of a host of golfers right now at 2 under par and one of our co-leaders.
Frank has a good, balanced, simple swing. He's not a great winner, more Mr. Consistency, really. He usually hits straight and is very composed. And he's just a good professional player of golf.
Had a great shot on the 10th, the par 4 10th, showing some anger there. He nailed his second shot for an eagle. And that got him to 2 under, and he's played level par since. And now Scotty Verplank. Now, this is Greg Norman's 3rd shot at the 12th, we are told. So still in trouble.
This one's headed right over toward a water hazard here. Needs to be careful. Carries it, though.
Now, we want to go back on videotape and show you Norman's difficulty with his second shot.
He had driven it up into the face of the bunker, had a pretty good lie, but the lip was right in front of him. He was actually quite lucky that the ball didn't come back and hit him.
But very unlucky that it stayed so close to that lip. Hey, Mark, difficult from that lie to try and reach the green. If it had come back a little bit, might have been able to go after it. Now we move to Watson, and this is for birdie. Just missing. That would have moved him to 3 under. Now, Scott Verplank has turned in a solid round. This is for par. 1 under par. Wonderful story coming back from all those injuries. Probably a lot of folks thought that his professional golfing career was over, but Scott Verplank didn't quit.
Pretty thick grip on that putter there, Brent. Wrapped around, we used to call it Presto band, like a sticky bandage.
Peter, he's had that putter since his days at Oklahoma State.
Well, it worked nicely for him. Good score, 70. Very good score.
13th tee. Hale Irwin at 1 under par. What a great year he's had. Did you watch when he performed at the Heritage down at Hilton Head? He was an artist coming down the back 9, wasn't he, Judy?
Yes, sir. 181 yards here today. Hale with a 6-iron. Well, he's really flirting with the left side.
And trickled into the bunker. Before that, it was Couples, and let's take a look at that on videotape. How would you like to have this golf swing?
This was just a beautiful 7-iron, little right to left turn, high in the air.
He didn't seem to like it.
He's aiming for the hole.
No. Freddie, you can't get much better than that. That's a wonderful shot. Well, now we go out to our defending champion, Lee Jansen. A few weeks ago, he came and saw Oakmont for the first time. Said, oh, yes, I had seen it, but only from the Pennsylvania Turnpike. And on that day that he played his practice round here, it was brutal cold.
I'm not sure he's actually going to be able to play this shot for several minutes. The group ahead is still on the green. He's right at about 230 yards.
He's a 3 over right now, and we'll jump as we wait for Jansen. Let's go see Baker's problems here.
Yes, he's letting things slip away a little bit. He's one of these players that's rather mercurial, quick rhythm, but he's got a lot of talent. He was 2 under, and he's just letting things... Well, he's just dropped the 1 shot. Looks as if he's going to well drop another one here.
You know, Peter, you just said something that struck a question for me. At the U.S. Open, the first round, you almost need to be methodical. Play is somewhat slow because of all the players who are out here in conditions. If you have a fast tempo, as we watch Jansen here.
Obviously just laying it up because the players are still on the green, so had a very poor lie in the rough.
I mean, conditions are such that if you have a quick pace to your game, you could get a little bit discouraged out there.
Very easily. And I say the object of the first 2 rounds is to get yourself in position. You must qualify. If you qualify your 10 shots within the leader normally. Here's Wilson. Oh, hello. He's letting things... Well, that's probably...
Way right. Yeah. Way right. Knocked a few squirrels out of these oak trees here at Oakmont. That was about as crooked as I've seen any player on the tour hit a shot in a while.
Now let's see if Nobilo can be the first to reach 3 under here this afternoon. Several have tried and all have failed. As does Frank. So that 69 posted earlier by Jack Nicklaus is holding up. In case you weren't with us, Ernie Els had a crack at it, the 18th, but could not make his birdie putt. Now we go back to Hale's considerable difficulties. I thought that would gone into the bunker, and obviously it had not.
Well, because it hung up there in the grassy face of the bunker, it tells you what a bad lie it must be, or it would have been in the bunker.
Well, he either stubbed that into a patch of grass in front, or almost caught it in the socket. That was a horrible place. But you see, that's the penalty of going perhaps too boldly. Perhaps he didn't mean to go so boldly for the flag, but you know.
Now, Australian Bradley Hughes at 2 under, and here on the par 5 9th, this is his 3rd.
Good shot, too.
And chance for Bradley Hughes to reach 3 under. He has 3 birdies and a bogey on the par 4 5th hole earlier. Back to Irwin and his 3rd here.
Well, he's been doing battle with the rough ever since he left the 12th tee, and it's really cost him.
Good shot. Brilliant little chip. With the flags where they are today and the slopes and the speed of the greens, you really can't afford to miss the green on the flag side. Because that's easier said than done, but here's Peter Baker. Now look at this one, across the bunker. Very little room to play with. Here again, he opens the blade of the club, and he'll probably take quite a full swing at this and try and get it high and to land softly. This 17th, only a drive and a flick. He's struggling not to drop a shot, and if he tries to be too fancy, he might take 6. So important to keep going at this level of play.
Now below for his par at 16. And now there are 5 at 2 under.
Three from the edge of the green.
Let's go back to Greg Norman's problems. Here is his 4th mark.
This entire group has really made a mess of this 12th hole. Nobody going to be on the green in 3 shots. Norman playing his 4th from just about 190 yards. This green slopes severely from left to right, so he's going to want to land it on the front left corner of this green.
This would feel like a birdie if he can make a par save here.
Oh, it'd be a great one. Very high shot, just left of the flag.
And trickling just off. He'll have a go at it. Of course, it'll be tough, but doesn't want to lose more than one here. Now let's go to Freddie. Cross-handed putting style here, trying to get the birdie. Peter, did you ever try the cross-handed style?
Oh, yes. I was a star at that for a couple of seasons. Then it all left me. I've tried them all. None of them have been consistent.
Now Jansen is 4th and 12.
He drove it in the right fairway bunker. This shot from about 80 yards. And away it goes.
Look at that.
Now we'll see if couples can clean up here for the par. Jeff Maggart on the tee at the par 3 16th. That's a fine golf shot right there.
He's a very neat-looking player, Maggart, isn't he? Very compact figure of a man, neat rhythm. I'm surprised he's not actually won more. Well, he's relatively new at it, I suppose, but he looks very promising.
Close a lot, Peter.
Very close.
Maybe after 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon Eastern time hasn't closed as well as some of the other players on the PGA Tour. Now let's see Mize here. He's with Watson and Larry. I'll go first.
He has 200 yards to the hole, playing his third shot after driving it in the rough. Had to pitch out to this position with a 3-iron. Trying to bring it in from left to right. The ball is not fading on him.
I'm surprised he hasn't played better here today. I thought that he might do something in this Open.
Well, he's a straight hitter. He's a calm player. Tom Watson now at 2 under.
Watson at 197 with a 4-iron. This green, you do not want to go long and to the left. Playing very quickly. The hole cut back 37 today. That's a good-looking shot there.
Good shot.
Well, stop, too.
Well, Watson will have a go at that 3 under. That's been the wall for the fellas here this afternoon, Peter.
Yes, it has, although David Frost just touched it once and now he's gone off the leaderboard altogether.
Here's Freddie Couples now at 14.
Short par 4, long iron off the tee. Oh, he's hit it left.
I'm wondering if the back injury he had, Judy, he's been plagued with it. Everything seems to be going left. I mean, Fred has so many movements in his swing. It's such a languid, long swing. Do you get the feeling that he's in some bit of discomfort?
I think the discomfort is the pace of play, Peter.
Yeah.
It's just painfully slow out here.
There's Fuzzy. He's also been a back sufferer over the years, just pushing one forward with an iron. This pace of play is very interesting, and we have Frank Hannigan with us here, a former director of the USGA, and I don't think they have enough daylight, Frank. What do you think?
Peter, they lost it all when they allowed the first group off the tee at 7 o'clock this morning to get round in 4 hours and 30 minutes. After that, all that can happen to you is worse things. Right now, they're way over 5 hours for getting around with 3 players. I don't care how hot it is. 3 players shooting 74, single caddies, never having to look for a ball. It's too slow, and you're right, they're probably not going to finish.
Another interesting set of problems sort of staring the officials in the face as we look at Hale Irwin.
Narrow fairway here, slopes just from the right to the left.
Just in the short stuff. But actually, if you're brutally cruel and count how often the players hit the fairways and hit the greens, you'd be quite surprised how few times they do it. And I know the fairway slope. I know it's very hot. But if you don't put it on the fairway, you don't find the greens. I don't mind about being a long way from the hole, but you've got to find the fairways and the greens.
Now Baker. This is for par at 17.
Not a bad putt either. But another shot drop. You have to say that the 17th is one of the simplest looking. Certainly it's only just a drive and a flick of a hole. And to drop a hole there is like taking 6 on a par 5. Feels even worse.
Now let's see what Norman can do. He has this for a par to save on the par 5. Incidentally, Peter, want to clean up on Bradley Hughes back on the 9th hole. He had a makeable birdie putt, which he just missed. So he stays at 2 under now through 9. Bradley, like Norman, an Australian, but unlike Norman, he doesn't play on the PGA Tour here in the United States. So now this for Norman, who is at 2 under, 1 of 5, tied for the lead right now in the first round.
Greg must have hit the second shot thin in the fairway bunker, the one that didn't get out of the bunker, because he actually took the ball out of play in the fairway, so it had been damaged.
So he drops to 1 under and still has a tricky little putt here for the bogey, doesn't he?
He sure does.
So that's our situation. We've had 2 69s today by Jack Nicklaus and Ernie Els. While we're away, Greg Norman, this for a bogey on the par 5 12th hole. Lets it slip away. So he gives back 2 shots on a par 5, Peter.
Yeah, those are expensive. Very caused by missing the fairway. Drove it in the bunker, tried to be a bit too greedy from the sand, hit it a bit thin, hit the face. Took 7. Now, he may well recover from it, but once shots like that disappear, it's you could say you never get them back.
Now Watson is for birdie at 15. So we have 4 players at 2 under. Watson, Nicklaus, Els, and Bradley Hughes. And now we go to Kirk Triplett. This is for birdie.
For 69. Pops that in for 70.
Hale Irwin. This is his second shot on the par 4.
Just a pitching wedge, 124 yards.
He's few better. Gets 1 back that he lost on Judy with that.
Well, I was going to tell Peter, in reality, you never get it back, but that makes you feel like you did.
Well, you don't. You never get them back, Judy.
Now let's see if Frank Nobilo can make the birdie here. He's got that end of that putter up almost like Aoki.
Hold his second shot at the 10th hole, then you think that's a bit of a bonus.
Easy golf course, he thought.
Ah, here's the man.
Come on, Arnie.
Doing well, he is. Well, I hope he finishes it no worse than that, because this man has been, well, he's been just great for the game of golf and inspirational to so many young and old people, boys and girls, men and women. The old swing's getting a bit proddy these days, but it's all right up the fairway.
Couples for birdie at 14.
Today, hit a great 9-iron out of the left-hand bunker to this point.
speed of that. That's good 5 feet past. This is where you see you become disenchanted. Now, Fred, I would say Fred is that sort of player. He's in and out and very influenced by things that happen and go on in his head.
Well, we watch David Frost coming home now. Second shot at 18. One over for the day.
Top 4 shots in 11 holes. Be good. Is good.
Here's the amateur champion, John Harris.
Made 7 back at the 12th hole and still hitting ahead of Greg Norman. Good shot there.
Here's Couples for par. That was an awkward-looking stroke that time, wasn't it?
You see, the first putt went away to the left, and then he overhit it, tried to keep it up on the left-hand side. And Fred, one of the problems, or main problem, if he has one with his game, is his inconsistent putting.
And we'll see if Norman can quickly regain his game here after that double bogey on the par 5. Dropped him out of a share of the lead.
Great thing, though, now is to just get a couple of pars. If he doesn't want to go shooting at the flag, bury it in the trap on the left and drop another shot. You've got to learn to attack and defend. It's very hard to say about a fellow who's been as successful as this man has, but being too ambitious has led him astray on more than one occasion. That is right. Beautiful shot. Some people imagine they can make it happen, Brent. You know, if you're playing baseball, I'm going to go out tonight and I'm going to hit a couple of home runs, and you can feel it, but it doesn't happen. That's the joy of sport. So unpredictable.
Now the 15th tee, Hale Irwin.
Tapped in at 14 to get back to under par. You want to drive the ball here just left to center.
Yeah, he's off the tee in good shape there. That's what Hale Irwin can do. That's why he's been such a great player in the U.S. Open championships of the past. That's what Peter Allis says. Just hit the fairway.
The first round continues. 2 under is the operative number right now. Jack Nicklaus in the clubhouse with a 69 along with Ernie Els. Tom Watson has 3 holes in which to perhaps better that 269. He's at 2 under. Bradley Hughes, the unknown Aussie, is at 2 under par. Jumbo had it working before a couple of doubles on the backside. Fired him back to 1 under par. A nice round by Scott Verplank. Greg Norman, double bogey, put him back to even. And Colin Montgomery flirted with the lead for quite a while before he fell back to even par. And all those views like this one that you get from high on top, we don't just make them up. One of America's most recognized corporate symbols, the Goodyear blimp, hovers overhead with an aerial view of this year's U.S. Open. Looking down, you can almost see the heat. Brent Musburger and Peter Allis, it is hot.
Yeah, it certainly is. Chris, you mentioned the 69s, and there have been 4 70s today. Jumbo Ozaki, Curtis Strange, Scott Verplank, and Kirk Triplett. Now Norman, who just had a double bogey on a par 5, will attempt to birdie the par 3 here.
This putt of Greg's is a fairly straight putt, very fast. This 13th green pitches from the back to the front. These are the kind he's been making all year long, though. Really surprised to see him miss that short one for a bogey back there.
And now No, he's got a longer one than he just missed back on that previous hole. He left himself in tough shape here. Now David Frost will try to finish on a positive note. He had it cooking earlier. He was 3 under through 10.
Straight out. See how it's swung when it gets past the hole. When you get greens with as much slope as this and as fast as this, you get to the stage where you putt so wide and hope it just wanders back to the hole.
Well, John Harris with a birdie opportunity here, and in alphabetical order, we'll run through the entire field this first round of the U.S. Open Championship in Oakmont, Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh, one of the most famous venues in U.S. Open Championship history, and they added another saga today when Jack Nicklaus fired a 69, topping it off with a wonderful 40-foot putt on the 18th. Young Ernie Els also fashioned a 69. 32 years ago, Jack Nicklaus won his first tournament as a professional here, and it was the U.S. Open Championship. Now Harris. Second shot for Irwin at 15. He stands at 1 under.
Ball well below his feet in this fairway, 214 yards back to the hole. This green is very nearly 50 yards deep. 3 or 4 iron here for Hale.
Return to Norman at 13.
This is where the psychological part of the game comes in. He missed one this sort of length. Perhaps it's a bit longer than the one he missed on the last. And it's very hard to let those thoughts, they wash in and out of your mind. He's got to concentrate solely on this putt. And as Mark Wolfing was saying, he's holed out brilliantly from 4, 5, 6, 8 feet all season. And suddenly he missed 2 in a row. And you start to build up your own demons in your own head. And that's probably sometimes the hardest competitor you have to face sometimes is yourself.
On the tee at 16, Tom Watson, who is at 2 under and one of our leaders.
That's a 3 iron from 230. Ball's hanging to the right on
Carry.
it.
All right, Tom. Okay.
We're safely on.
It's right up to 16 side.
Now here's Navalos, second on the par 4. He too, it stands at 2 under.
4 for 69. There's a neat swing, straight up and down, no funny little twirls or kinks in it. Right on line, but just a whisker strong, but it's going to be okay. It's okay now.
Yeah, it helped a lot there at the end, didn't it?
Yeah.
Now here is Hughes at the 10th, and Bradley has played very well here today. This is his first U.S. Open Championship. Bradley Hughes is the Robert Gamez of the Australian Tour with those shades, I think, as we see our situation. Intriguing leaderboard, especially when you consider that Jack Nicklaus went out and shot a 69 today. And folks, after he finished his practice round here about a month ago, he didn't feel that he could even make the cut. But he came out here today and shot lights out. It was wonderful to watch. Johnny Miller, incidentally, was in that group, and Johnny really struggled today. 81. One over in very good shape at this championship. certainly make the cut if these fellas stay right there. 2's 2. I suppose it'll be up around, Frank, that'll be around 5 or 6 tomorrow, Peter.
Oh, I would think so, yes. And because of the 10-shot rule, all those players within 10 shots of the leaders could play a very big part in it.
Well, what a bright future this young man's got. Phil Mickelson on the tee at the par 3 13th.
It's all right.
Well, we check in on Arnold Palmer on the 12th hole, 3 over, and this an opportunity for a birdie.
Oh, that's a good effort. Tremendous curl on that at the end.
Frank Nobilo can take the lead. An opportunity here at 18 to fashion the days in the championship's first 68.
Well, we know the line from here. It'll come in from the right, but speed is very important, and if he goes too boldly, he can go 5, 6, 7 feet past. So he's aiming way to the right, 3 or 4 feet. Very, very deceptive, but a nicely judged putt down the hill. He obviously thought it was going to come in a bit more than that, but that's a good round. Well done. 69. Good playing.
So an American, a South African, and now an Australian.
New Zealander, sir.
I should say New
Oh,
Zealander.
my
yes,
golly, don't mix them up.
Oh, boy, will
There'll
I
be
get the
blood and
letters
hair
over that.
flying there.
Oh, those people from Auckland will be on me, won't they?
Golly, won't they?
Yeah, especially with that pirate look.
Oh, wonderful face.
There's my Australian. I knew Bradley Hughes.
He's played a couple of tournaments over here this year in the States, and he's qualified in both of them. And he's relatively new to the game, but he could go far.
Well, let's see now, Peter, if Watson can seize the lead. Long putt here for a birdie at 16.
Tom would settle for 2 putts from here. Gladly move on. Gave that a bit of a thump. What a putt. What a putt.
Now Irwin, birdie attempt at 14. I'm sorry, let me correct my mistake. It's 15 with Irwin.
It's good too. Now, problematical. Very wearing. It's very mentally tiring when you keep doing that.
Now here is Norman trying to steady himself. So we have 5 players tied for the lead. 3 are already in it. 69 today, including Jack Nicklaus.
Well, the goal here at Oakmont is to try and snake up on Jack Nicklaus's 69, and I think on the 13th tee, we are seeing just that at Oakmont. I tell you, they sell out these tickets so long in advance, some people will do anything just to get on the course, to get a view of the greatest golfers in the world. However, if you hit it in the rough, Rocco Mediate, who's looking on, why don't you bring an iron with you just in case? Right, Brent?
It's interesting, Chris, isn't it, what the USGA will do to make sure the conditions are not too easy on the golf course?
Well, they're trying to speed up play. They figure if they put a snake on every hole, that the players won't take their time in the rough.
Now we get back to Greg Norman and his second.
Missed the fairway by only a foot, but it's a big foot.
Great time.
Playing a very high shot out of the first cut of rough.
Whoa.
Well, the Masters champion, Jose Maria Olazabal, and conventional wisdom was that his game was not ideal for the way they set up a course for a U.S. Open Championship, and that has held a little bit, although he's attempted to battle back here. He did birdie the 9th hole and parred 10 and 11.
He's been driving poorly for much of the season, but he's got such a wonderful short game. There's a cracking shot there. See, it just wanders. Oh, look, it was virtually stone dead 5 seconds ago. Now look, it's 15, 16 feet past.
It is really tough out there this late in the afternoon. I think that the fellows who teed off earlier probably had a little bit of an advantage coming in. You could see the discouraged look with Olazabal, and now Tom Watson, one of our co-leaders, 17th.
Long day.
This is the ball returning to Phil Mickelson on the chip shot. Unusual for him. He's one of the better.
But don't you think it's interesting? He's only 2 3 inches off the green, and he's using his sand iron, almost lofted club. He's trying to flip it up over the ridge and get it close, or he's going to pump it along the ground now. And with such a wonderful touch with a putter, I would have thought that might have been a simpler shot to play. But that's,
Peter, he's wonderful.
The first time.
He's wonderful with that wedge around the green.
Oh yeah, but doesn't always work. Obviously tried to play a little dragging, running shot with the most lofted club in the bag, and just stubbed it. You see, fluffed it actually.
That wasn't like him, was it?
No. And at this moment, he was probably wishing, why didn't I take the putter?
There's a little sand at Oakmont. In fact, I saw if you took all our other 3 majors this year, Turnberry and down at Augusta and the PGA at Southern Hills, Oakmont has more sand than the other 3 put together.
Well, you used to have about 350. I think they've taken somewhere. They've got about 160, 165 or so now. That's a lot spread over 18 holes. Jim Thorpe, he always plays well, I've noticed over the years, in major events on big courses. Dennis Clark and Clark Dennis, I should say. They're 2 new names for me. That's what's great about Open Championships. It does give people over 6,000 or plus entries this year, original entries, and some of them battle. Just to get here is a great achievement.
Now we go down to Greg Norman. Needs something to get him soaring again here, Mark.
Well, he really does. This is not an easy putt to make. Another very fast one.
There it is.
That'll cheer him up a little bit.
He's a dynamic player. He's been, over the last few years, one of the few players, really, that excites the gallery.
I think Jose Maria could wind up being somebody who excites the gallery. Don't you, Peter?
Yeah, if he keeps doing that. Oh, he missed it. But he's got 1 or 2 little things in his game that the experts say he needs to change. Here's Woosnam. I don't know what's the matter with his game. He looks the most natural player in the world when he's in full flow.
Well, he has 115 yards with a pitching wedge, and it looks pretty good. And he's also 5 over par. This golf course has given him a fit today. Watching with a perfect tee shot, hit a little 2-iron up here, about 210 yards. Has a sand wedge from 100 yards. Flag stick cut on the right side. The bunker is his only problem here.
I'll be right next to it now.
That is right next to it, right there.
Fight.
Great. You know, the thing about Tom Watson today, he has really hit the ball well from tee to green. If he was putting like he did in the old days, he'd be shooting 63 today.
I find it interesting, Jerry, that Tom has not really radically changed his way of putting. Many people use different putters, or he's had a couple of different putters, but they alter their stance, they alter the width of stance. He's pretty well stayed the same. As we look at Bradley Hughes, struggling for a par here at the 11th, was in the bunker with his second. Stocky fellow in his late 20s.
Jansen for a birdie at 14. So here in the first round of the United States Open Championship, the magic number today has been 69. Jack Nicklaus, Ernie Els, and Frank Nobilo. Our leaderboard, 69, fashioned earlier today by Jack Nicklaus. 2 have tied him. And now Greg Norman, moments ago on the tee at the 15th, 2 back of the leaders after birdie in the 14th. Touch unlucky there, didn't he, Peter, with that last little roll?
Yes, he may be okay. Maybe just clear of that little sharp fringe of rough.
Now Haler, one on the 16th tee.
With a 2-iron, 231 to the hole.
Well, that could be a 1. Great shot. It's a big hit, 230 yards.
This is amazing that it is Tom Watson who has put this rush on Jack Nicklaus here today. Those great duels of yore.
You see what I mean about Tom over the year? He's never changed his stance, either widened it, narrowed it, and these are the things that have been giving him problems, but not on that occasion.
Well, his putting stroke's a lot smoother today, too. It's not as jerky on the backstroke, and he's making a nice through stroke.
So Watson breaks through and reaches 3 under here this afternoon to move atop the leaderboard. His last victory on the PGA Tour was back in 1987, and now Arnold Palmer on videotape here, the 13th.
Is he going to come back? Using the natural contours.
16th tee, couples now.
That's a 3-iron. It's hugging the left side.
He doesn't look very happy when he bent to pick the tee peg up. It looks like a man whose back was aching a bit.
Well, here is our leaderboard, and Chris Berman, we want to meet this chap whom Peter Alice described as this handsome buccaneer, this swashbuckler from New Zealand here.
Well, we all do, Brent, that's for sure. This is Frank Nobilo from Auckland, New Zealand, and your first U.S. Open. I mean, it's not supposed to be a At 269, I mean, what kind of expectations did you have, Frank, coming over to play in this for the first time?
Obviously, you always want to play well. I played in the USPGA the last 2 years, and I performed well, and it wasn't until this year that the USGA decided to change its exemption rules and allow the top 15 players into Europe, and hence a lot of us are here. But it's a great experience, and there's a lot of good players playing here from Europe.
Thus far this year on the European Tour, what, tie for fourth at the Moroccan Open early? You feel like you're coming around?
Yeah, I think I've had 5 top 10s out of 10. I won in the Far East as well as lost in the playoffs. So my form has been there or thereabouts. But, you know, we don't play too many courses like this, and it's very hard to get used to the course. You know, it's very tough. It's brutal.
Well, I guess the shot that got you right up on the board and must have got you roaring was on the 10, the eagle on 10. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I'd played really solid up until then, and I had a good 3-wood down the right-hand side of the field and 176 yards to the flag. And I'd watched the hole in the locker room in the morning, and every shot had just kicked and bounced down, and it just seemed to run forever. So I aimed a 7-iron at the TV tower, and it sort of sat down, and it started to roll and roll and roll. And then I heard the crowd, and they went berserk, and it went, too. Great.
What is that? Did you almost have to watch yourself on the 11th tee, not to get too carried away?
Yeah, I think, you know, first US Open, you make a 2. When you're holing on, you think, well, hell, you know, what's going to happen? But I gave myself a lot of time before the next tee shot and tried to settle down. I played really nicely from there on in, too.
Growing up in New Zealand, is Bob Charles your hero? Who are your golfing heroes growing up?
Actually, one of them was Johnny Miller and the other one was Tom Weiskopf. And obviously Miller won here in '73. And I'd always followed his career. Fortunately enough, I met him about 10 years ago, and he was every bit as good a man as what he was a player. And Weiskopf was the other idol. Great players, and they all played well here.
Continued success. Enjoy your stay here. We've enjoyed watching you today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Frank, let's kick it back over to Brent.
Thank you, Chris. Now, our leader, Tom Watson. This is something to have a Tom Watson go past Jack Nicklaus by a stroke, huh, Peter, as he comes down the 18th?
Wouldn't it just?
Boy, that's a confident-looking swing out of Tom Watson. And this is a big, big tee shot.
Yeah, that crowd walking. Look at that last year. Say, who hit that ball out there? Who
almost into the crosswalk. That's over 300 yards.
I think that's the longest drive we've seen down this final hole today. I don't think. Well, I certainly haven't seen one longer than that.
Where did John Daly hit his tee shots? Anybody remember? Well, now we go back to Greg Norman, and this is his second shot at the 15th. Mark, what's his status now?
Speaking of long drives, Brent, he hit this one 298 yards off the tee. He's got 179, a perfect lie in the first cut of rough. Probably just a good hard 7-iron for Greg. Once again, he's going to want to land the ball well short of the hole.
Gone.
But not that short of the hole.
Well, let's return to Arnold Palmer and see if he can make his par putt at 13. And Arnie stays 4 over. There's our setting down here at Oakmont. And Olafable on the tee at 13.
That's as far as the planes fly. That's how far they go. That's how far they go under.
He has a very quick rhythm when it's out of sync. He gets his shoulders a bit too square. You couldn't see it there. You need to be looking straight on at him, but that's a pull shot. See, he's a good 15 or 20 yards offline.
Now Freddie Couples trying to finish up for par. It has not been easy on the greens for Couples today.
Missed a few of those, hasn't he?
He might give up that cross-handed style tomorrow in the second round. I've seen him change during tournaments, Peter, when he has difficulty from that distance.
See, still he's only 2 over par. I mean, we've seen Fred. I mean, if you said to poor old Fred, he's struggling to break 80, he's right in the hunt. He's missing all these shots, and he's still only 4 or 5 behind. Oh, hail.
Well, this has been another marvelous performance by the 3-time U.S. Open champion. We've seen mid-iron after mid-iron not get close, except with somebody like Hale Irwin.
Yeah, well, we've seen a lot of shots that might have finished closer, but they've just stopped too quickly. That's what I say. On courses, a course as difficult as this, with the greens, some of them are receptive, more receptive than others because of the slope. And it's not like links golf in Britain where you know if you pitch it 30 yards short, it'll run on, and you play pitch and runs all the time. Woosnam at the 18th. 5 over, 4 for 76. And that's not the end of the world if he gets a 4.
Well, he has 178 yards with a 6-iron. Flagstick on the right side. Pretty difficult pin placement to get it close to from back there. Very undulating green. And he got right over that one. Not a very good shot. Watson with 133 yards to the hole, hit the drive, 320. And Brent, I'm not going to tell you what kind of club his caddy said he was using that caused him to hit it so far. A pitching wedge right at the flagstick.
Well, he got some grip that could so easily have popped into the grass at the back of the green, leaving him virtually an impossible chip. He's still got a very difficult putt to judge.
Well, now at 17, Davis Love drove the green here on the par 4 and has an opportunity for an eagle. Now, earlier in his round today, Davis was struggling, and right now he is 4 over. He bogeyed the 10th and 11th after birdieing the 9th. And this would help. Distance, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, that birdie will get him back to 3 over. It'll be interesting to watch Irwin. You can see now he's just going to send it right straight up the fairway. As you look at the picture, it's uphill, and that green is a little bit off to the left. So the big fellows like John Daly and Davis Love, they set up at an angle. Mark Calcavecchia, we watched him come close, and Davis Love's the best result that we've seen on, at least on our cameras, I'm sure. Some of the other fellows have driven it too. Now Greg Norman, can he put together birdies here, Mark?
Well, I think he'd be happy at this stage to 2-putt this one. Going to be a very hard putt to judge the speed on.
Now let's see what Freddie does. He can certainly reach this green, and he is set at an angle for it.
It's got to be good, huh? Wait, Freddie.
And it's going to bounce up and on.
Well, I was somewhat surprised the way he lined it up that he did not wait for the green to clear.
Did he yell for Judy?
No, actually, they welcomed the ball on the green.
Let's have a look at that again. Loose-limbed Fred. He looks so sort of laid back and languid. You wonder where he generates the power, because he takes it back in a sort of lazy fashion, stands, as you can see, well away from the ball, takes the club straight out and up, with this huge shoulder turn. And just look at that position there, leaning in now, really brings the club head down and releases it and smacks it right through. Oh, you beauty. Drove into the players in front, eh? Get a letter from the secretary at Swinley Forest for doing that at home. By golly, sir.
Palmer's second at 14.
Oh, that was a nice little hop across the corner. Arnold was never renowned as a very good bunker player close in round the green, although he was probably one of the best chippers I ever saw.
This is Larry Mize, and this is for a birdie. We've only had 8 birdies here at the finishing hole at Oakmont. And that was almost the 9th. There have been 109 players come through already.
Well, when you're putting down the hill here on 18, all you have to do is breathe on it to get it to the hole. Very fast green, 18.
Well, Jerry Pate, they have certainly turned the clock and the calendar back here at Oakmont this afternoon. First it is Jack Nicklaus. Now we go out to Greg Norman, finishing up for his par. Hopefully he's had some difficulty, in case you just joined us, with these short putts here. Not like Greg Norman. He's made himself one of the greatest putters in the world. First it was Nicklaus, and now it is Tom Watson. He could birdie, wind up at 4 under. This for a 67.
Slow down.
That'll do.
You bet. He'll take that 68, won't he, Peter?
That'll do, boys.
I mean, my gosh, if you had told people that Tom Watson and Jack Nicklaus were going to be 1-2 after the first round at Oakmont, what price would I have gotten over at Ladbrokes in London, lad?
Well, you'd have got plenty. You'd have got plenty last night at our little modest Calcutta. Jack and Tom haven't gone yet. Oh, haven't they? Well,
Second shot.
I won't tell him you said that.
Thank you. Thank you.
112 yards to the hole, just about 100 yards on that line over the bunker. Oh, the ball hit a terrible hard spot in the green, or it could have been much, much better.
Had just a little zip on it when it
really fired forward when it hit the green.
Yeah, didn't it? Oh, he's a wonderful iron player.
Well, and that was just a big sand wedge. No excuse for the ball to land on the green that way. Fuzzy Zeller just a couple of yards closer.
Judy, how's he played today?
You know, he's actually played pretty well. He has experienced some of the good shots you can hit on a golf course this difficult, and they just haven't done the right thing.
I think Freddie Couples is inside all of them, isn't he, off with his tee shot there, Peter?
Yes, it was a wonderful hit from Fred. It just got the right line and the right bounce, and it's sheer brutal power.
Now Tom Watson to finish up with his 68 here. Oh, God. What a great round.
Super round. Another 3 of them.
Take that, youngsters.
Win by the... That's some score. Very well played indeed.
Or the crowd that has patiently waited here around the 18th. They have seen some action. Earlier, Nicklaus with that 40-foot birdie putt. Now go out to Arnold Palmer at the 14th.
Looks to be a good speed. It is a good speed. Could be Arnold's last U.S. Open. So they said in the papers this morning.
Well, there it is, folks. 10 U.S. Open victories on that first page between Nicklaus, Watson, Irwin, and Strange. What a day. We're back in moments ago. Hale Irwin, this on the 17th, and to tie Tom Watson.
can't get much closer than that.
Earlier, it was Mickelson's second at 15. Could not escape that fierce rough there. Now for Eagle at 17, Couples.
One good putt could cheer him up.
Especially this one.
Yeah? What about that? Suddenly the sun comes out again and the cool evening breeze sweeps across the course. All things in the world are lovely.
What a way to get back to even. Now Norman on the tee at the par 3 16th.
231 yards. 3-iron for Norman.
He's a big one, doesn't he? Well, that's a big hit. Oh, that stopped quickly.
A little bit unlucky there.
Wanted one hop there. The front of the green, some of them are quite soft, aren't they, Mark? Or they appear to be. You can't run everything in from the front. It's not consistent.
Well, here comes Freddie Couples into that finishing 18th. You can see that crosswalk down there. Tom Watson's tee shot. Almost drove it all the way down into that crosswalk. And Couples has mashed one.
This is a beauty just down the right side. His round has not been particularly pretty today, but it's going to end up being a pretty good first round for the U.S. Open.
Irwin is next. That crosswalk down there is 299 yards away from the tee.
I think the tee shot is the key shot here. If you drive it in the fairway, the second shouldn't be too difficult under normal conditions. If you don't, it's very difficult. Good tee ball here.
Right
Dead center.
down the middle. That's been the key to his great success at the U.S. Opens. Now Fuzzy. And he stays there in that intermediate rough.
Well, with play finishing so late, Brent, it means heavy duty for the greenskeepers who have to come out and prepare the course. Well, Bradley Hughes at the 12th, though, for a birdie. Oh, hardly touched it. Can't reach, can it? It can. No, it can't.
Looks like Bradley's feeling the heat a little bit.
It must be pretty dark behind those glasses.
This is the 5th shot for Mickelson at 15.
Well played. Awkward shot, but see, it runs by.
Now Norman at 16. This is his second on the par 3. Ran that boldly past, didn't he?
Yeah, it's a struggle.
Let's see what Davis Love can do here on the 18th for birdie. Peter, have we seen anybody make a birdie from up above the hole here? Jack was more or less alongside of it.
No, he was sort of level with the flag. Well, it's so difficult to judge it from the back.
Now Jansen's second at the par 3 at 16.
Having all sorts of problems. Only hit one green in regulation on this backside thus far. Amazing how things can change in a week. He said he just has totally lost his swing after winning last week.
Now Ian Baker Finch at 15. This for par.
Here's another player since winning the British Open Championship at Royal Birkdale has just almost disappeared off the golfing scene. Nice swing, hits the ball straight, had a reputation of being the most wonderful putter and touch around the greens, and suddenly the game has deserted him.
Peter, do you think the Knights at the keyboard will have difficulty finding an angle for this first round?
Yeah, not much going on, is there?
No. Those typewriters are humming, folks. They're not even waiting for the rest of this field to finish. Nicklaus and Watson.
Yeah. You can see smoke coming out of the press tent.
And let's not overlook one Hale Irwin here at this group either, and Curtis Strange.
Yeah.
And himself a fine round.
It's a wonderful first day. Because not only have some of the great names in golf, some of the greatest names ever in the game of golf, at the top of the leaderboard, there's such an international feel about it, which is great.
Now Norman, this for par after his bold second shot here.
This is a 9 or 10 footer. Just on the edge of the green. You know, you're just taking 3 from the edge of the green all the time. It's a killer. Leads this one.
Well done, that was a very, well, they're all important, we know that, but that was important. Not a bad tee shot, stopped on the front edge, and it's down in 2. Palmer's second shot at 15.
You don't think that rough's thick?
Jimmy Green here at the 10th is for par. Jimmy was playing in his first U.S. Open, now lives in Mobile, Alabama, and he's having himself quite a day. His best finish on the PGA Tour this year, he tied for 18th. That was the Southwestern Bell Colonial down in Fort Worth. Now Davis Love for par at 18.
Not often you feel quite reasonably pleased when you do a 74 at this level of play and in this day and age.
And now Hale Irwin's second shot.
6 iron's probably the right stick here. 167 yards right to the hole. Ball below his feet. He just feed it down to the hole from the center of the green.
See how quickly that one stopped, Brent. Another ball you watched, and I'm sure our friends at home have been watching during the day. Some of those balls hit and scoot forward. Some of them stop. You have no control over that. It's just where the ball lands, how it was struck, whether it's on an upslope, downslope, catches a damper part of the green than some of the others. There's still a tremendous amount of skill, but there's still a great deal of good fortune attached to where your ball finishes on greens structured such as these.
Now it's Couples.
I think he can just make a big full swing with a 9 iron. It's 145 yards.
I don't know what he meant by that. Bounce.
Well, here's our situation. And again, yes, folks, it is 1994. Earlier, Chris Berman, Jack Nicklaus in with a 69, and now Mr. Watson with a 68.
Well, I guess, Brent, it's anything you can do, I can do better. Tom Watson, congratulations on a 68. I mean, it is 94. This is not a time warp now, right?
Yes, it is 94.
Is it, the course, very similar to what you remember in years gone by?
It is. It played somewhat benign today because of the high humidity. The greens are a little bit slower than they were in the practice rounds. I was somewhat critical about the speed of the greens yesterday. You know, the members love these greens where the balls roll off the surfaces just at the slightest effort. And today they slowed up just a little bit, and that helped me out a little bit.
Do you feel that you're owed one here on this golf course a little bit after coming so close in '83 to Larry Nelson and '78 the PGA?
What's past is past, really. I had 2 good opportunities to win a couple major championships here, and Oakmont has treated me very well, and I can't complain.
Yeah, but now you have an opportunity, I know it's only day 1, but to win a major championship here. Did you think you were playing this well to come out and be a leader after round 1?
I've been playing well for most of the year. I was striking the ball well. I've been hitting a lot of good shots, and I'm not too bad on golf courses where par is a good score. When you start shooting 24 under like Norman did at the TPC, I'm not in the ball game anymore there. But when it comes to tougher conditions, it seems like I'm a little bit more adept at getting up there by the leaders.
I guess in a tournament like this and at a course like this, Tom, like on 17, your second shot would set up your final birdie. You got to know exactly where to land it on the green. Getting it close, it's more than just close, like on this shot.
Well, this is at 17, and I ended up hitting a sandwich there and hit it very well, and then I played a good putt there for a birdie, and number 18 was the one that really surprised me. I hit it a drive like I did at number 9. I hit a driver and a 6-iron to number 9. I felt like John Daly out there, and then number 18, I hit this big drive out here and just hit a wedge at the green. Yeah, I didn't, I'm thinking a 9-iron possibly, but then I better hit a wedge, and I hit it right up. As Peter said, sometimes you hit it right up on the hard places, right up by the hole, and the ball took one big hop and went by. That's the nature of this golf course. So you really don't know where the ball is going to land exactly, and to know exactly what the ball is going to do when it hits the green. That's why this golf course is one of the toughest we play.
Tom, hold on a second. Brent, let's check in with Hale Irwin, because yet another name that we've known for years is threatening.
You know, it's interesting, Chris, when we look at Tom's record. You mentioned 1983. His best score was in the final round was 69, and he comes out today and shoots a 68 here, which has put him right into the lead. Hale Irwin with an opportunity to match him. It just has been wonderful. There are 10 U.S. Open championships on the first page of that leaderboard.
And I was saying the international flavor is so rewarding too, because sometimes people forget the enormous effort that goes into staging a tournament, let alone a major championship, and all the people that contribute to it. And you've got some of the world's greatest players in modern history. You've got, apart from 1 or 2 you might think of, the greatest players we've seen for 25, 30 years here, and all at the top of the leaderboard. It's been an extraordinary day. Wonderful day. I've been privileged to watch it. Bit speedy, though, it's good. Doesn't usually miss them. Nice round from Hale, too. Chris?
All right, Brent, as Hale finishes up, and yet another name with U.S. Open's tacked behind him. Let's go back to Tom Watson, our leader at 68. You said you're driving the ball so well. Your caddy, Bruce Edwards, said that different shaft on your driver. I mean, you do look like John Daly.
Well, I felt like John Daly out there today a couple of times. Number 9 really surprised me. I had a real good drive at number 9, and I had 170 yards to the hole. I mean, I didn't have very far at all. And this is a par 5. And that's the Watson of old when I was called the Acknowledged Gorilla, but I didn't know what direction it was going to go, and it was either going to go straight right or duck hook left.
Yes, indeed. And there's couples now at 18, and he stands at even par. That's a treacherous putt coming back. That was moments ago. Now Greg Norman's second shot at 17.
Playing from the fairway, but very difficult angle. A little bit of a downhill lie.
Mark, I take it obviously Greg did not try to drive this green here.
No, I kind of thought he might. If he would have missed that par putt back there at 16, I think you'd have seen him take the driver out here. But another very high shot coming in. Tough to stop it off that lie, though.
Now, Phil Mickelson, who's had all sorts of problems here in the last 45 minutes, Peter.
In trouble again, yep. 4 over now. He really does have the ability to slice the club head under the ball for those short shots. That's a great shot from the bunker. He's been playing very well since he came back from the broken legs that he sustained earlier in the year. And I thought that, in a strange way, had been a help to him. It sort of slowed his swing down a bit.
Now for par.
Freddie. What a round he's had. But you see, this is where the psychology comes into it. He finished 2-5. 7 shots for the last 2 holes. That's not bad in anyone's language if he looks at it that way. Here's Hughes.
Stop.
Yeah, he might put those sunglasses back on. At one time, he was 2 under when he hit the back 9. Now it is Greg Norman live, this for a birdie at 17, getting back under par.
Well, we wanted to get the band warmed up early for you, Brent. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company has assigned its Blimp Spirit from Akron, Ohio, to help us cover the U.S. Open all the way through this weekend's final rounds. We appreciate it, guys. Some hazy, hot, and humid conditions up there. A lot of hot air around the course, even maybe a little bit in the booth. By the way, the World Cup, hey, we've got it all for you tomorrow at ESPN from 10:30 to 2:55. We'll have the second round of the U.S. Open. Then the World Cup begins. Germany against Bolivia. And we come back for more golf at 5 o'clock. And Brent, as you well know, you throw it all out the window when the Germans and the Bolivians get together.
You bet. That is a long-time grudge match. Battling Bolivians have been waiting for years.
Kind of like Watson and Nicklaus, right?
That's right. And, well, here's Arnold Palmer. He's battling here in the first round of the United States Open. It stands at 6 over now as he's come to the par 3 16th.
Yes, things have slipped a bit for Ali over the last 5 or 6 holes. Go.
Come on. Get her.
Go. Just caught it. Just tried to play a little wood up in the air, a little 4 or 5 wood. If it had been a bit further left, it'd be okay.
So here's the experience at Oakmont. Back in '83, we've got 34 members of that field. One of them, Tom Watson, leads it right now at 3 under. Another one, Jack Nicklaus, shot a 69. Then you go back to '62, and there was that famous confrontation. Nicklaus winning for the first time as a professional, and it was the United States Open Championship here at Oakmont. And then today, Jack Nicklaus is 3 shots better in the first round than he was back in '62 when he opened with a 72. And you go back to 1953 and some of the great days of Arnold Palmer and what this man has meant to the sport of golf and to so many fans around the world. And now we go back to Hughes, his second shot at 13 here for the Australian. Now Jimmy Green, long par putt here at the 11th.
See how difficult it is to get the ball very tight to the hole when you're putting from such a long range. But he's 2 under. He's going okay. He's going to drop a shot, maybe 2, hopefully not.
Jansen on the tee at 18.
Coming off a great birdie back at the 17th, hit it real close. This ball started down the right-hand side.
It looks like a tough lie there, Mark. Now, green with the cross-handed grip, missing the bogey. So very costly hole here. Greg Norman on the tee at 18.
Very tough driving hole, this 18th. In fact, Lee Jansen's tee shot just drew some tremendous applause from the gallery behind him here. They have no idea how bad it turned out. Really have to hit a little draw or else land a straight shot or a fade on the left-hand side of the fairway if you want to keep it in the fairway here. Norman is set up well down the left-hand side.
Well, I'm just told by our Frank Hannigan, Peter, that the last group just finished the ninth at 6:50. They have taken nearly 3 hours, and Frank says this is indeed the slowest round now in the history of the United States Open. So when you and I come back at 11:30 tonight on ABC, we'll have live coverage of the last round, of the last group finishing up here. Now, double bogey at 11 for Green.
Yeah, suddenly he's back to level par.
What a day. Watson and Nicklaus and Irwin, Els and Nobilo.
U.S. Open being contested here, and here on the first page of the leaderboard, 10 U.S. Open championships. Tom Watson alone in the lead at 3 under par, and you saw the group we've been talking about, like Hale Irwin and Jack Nicklaus. Curtis Strange is 2 shots back, and we continue to look at those that have finished and others who are still out on the course who will finish, as Brent said, with their miners helmets. Seve was one over today. David Frost started out bang bang but ended up over par at 72. Tom Kite yet to be heard from, but only 1 round done at 73 along with Nick Faldo. 1927, Tommy Armour won it in a playoff. Tommy Armour the third, 2 over 73. I think his late grandfather would be proud of his grandson's play today. Olazabal is struggling. He's thus far. They expect the same tomorrow. The hazy, hot, humid, mid-90s conditions, and we hope that you will join us for it as you take a look at more scores. Wayne Levy trying to drive his Chevy in the last 5 holes there. He's 3 over par. Greg Stadler is at 4 over. Of course, if you missed some of the coverage here of the first round, we'll have more for it after SportsCenter here on ESPN from 7:30 to 10:30. And then, of course, tomorrow, we get to do it all over again. And if tomorrow is anything like today, boy, who knows what kind of script they will write here at Oakmont, just east of downtown Pittsburgh. That concludes our live first-round coverage of the 1994 U.S. Open. Tomorrow, our airtime's the same at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And then again, our afternoon coverage from 5 to 7 Eastern Time. We will continue then with the second round of this national championship from Oakmont Country Club. 15th major championship being contested here. Tom Watson alone at the lead, 368 on a day when Jack Nicklaus evoked the memories with 2 under 69. For all of us here at the Open, I'm Chris Berman. We'll see you tomorrow. Stay tuned here on ESPN for SportsCenter. Coming up next.
Oh, no, Fred, not again.
Buy a Boom Boom metal wood and get a free Ashworth shirt, just like Fred's.
Paying for quality can be a difficult decision at first. But over time, it gets a lot easier to live with. some things are worth the price.
Coming up next on SportsCenter, the latest news on the deepening Simpson murder mystery. As his ex-wife is laid to rest, we've talked with a friend who saw Simpson just hours after the time of the crime. Jack opens impressively at Oakmont. The X-ray results are in for the fallen Rocket, Robert Ory. And home runs aplenty in today's baseball matinees. Some of the stories ahead over the next 30 minutes on SportsCenter.
Legends march at the U.S. Open, and a legend remains under scrutiny in L.A. Good evening, everybody. Alongside Charlie Steiner, I'm Jack Edwards. Today in Los Angeles, a day for friends and families to say goodbye to loved ones.
And a football legend remains in the crosshairs of one of the most spectacular and talked about murder mysteries in history. As the Los Angeles police continued their investigation into the murders of Nicole Simpson and Ronald Goldman, the victims of Sunday night's double murder in L.A., they were buried today in separate funerals. All the while, there are growing indications that O.J. Simpson has become the sole focus of the murder investigation by the LAPD. Here's Mark Schwartz tonight in L.A.
A grim-faced O.J. Simpson was among the mourners this morning at the funeral of his ex-wife, Nicole Simpson. Accompanying O.J. were his children. The private service was limited to close friends and family. Also in attendance, Howard Weitzman, Simpson's close friend, who withdrew from representing O.J. in the murder investigation, as well as his current counsel, Bob Shapiro. Services for Ronald Goldman also took place this morning. While friends and family mourn the deaths, police continued their investigation into the double slaying, which occurred 4 days ago. Today in Chicago, the Los Angeles Police Department continued to inspect the O'Hare Plaza hotel room, where Simpson stayed briefly on Monday morning. The Los Angeles Times reports that blood found at the murder scene matches the blood type of O.J. Simpson, which is different than the blood type of either of the victims. And published reports citing a source inside the Los Angeles County District Attorney's office say police are waiting for a confession or for more definitive DNA test results before making an arrest. In Los Angeles, I'm Mark Schwartz, ESPN.
Meanwhile, I spoke this morning with someone who was on the same flight from Los Angeles to Chicago as Simpson was on Sunday night. Howard Bingham, a photographer and longtime friend of Muhammad Ali, told me by telephone that he first saw Simpson, whom he's known for years, aboard the plane and noticed nothing unusual. They met later at the baggage carousel at O'Hare, where Simpson was waiting for his golf bags. Simpson looked normal, but then again, Bingham said it was 5:30 in the morning. Bingham said that Simpson has always been friendly and nice, and their conversation of largely small talk was no different. But then 3 hours later, Howard Bingham first heard about the murders. I couldn't believe it, Bingham told me. It was shocking. One other note on the Simpson story tonight. ESPN has learned that the Los Angeles police have now set up a command post at the O'Hare Plaza Hotel in Chicago, where Simpson checked in and checked out all within the space of 3 hours early Monday morning. We're told Chicago police, based on an anonymous tip, are conducting a search with a metal detector for evidence in a grassy field near the O'Hare Plaza. Jack?
Marching through the haze, the Golden Bear led a charge back through the mists of time today. Although Tom Watson would provide some late afternoon thunder, the day belonged to Jack Nicklaus. It was 32 years ago at this same course that Nicklaus first strode to the clubhouse as a U.S. Open champion. Only Willie Anderson, Bobby Jones, Ben Hogan, and Nicklaus have won 4 U.S. Open titles. In sweltering heat at Oakmont today, Nicklaus showed enough spring in his step in the autumn of his career to serve notice that he might just leave his fellow legends behind. There was a heat alert declared for western Pennsylvania. Oakmont looking beautiful. On the 11th hole, Jack Nicklaus. Very fast greens, but Nicklaus makes it sit down. Curtis Strange won 2 Opens in a row. On 13 for the birdie, but he would double bogey 18. On 18, that's Nicklaus, and that is perfect. 2 under, 69. With the temperatures pushing 100 degrees, Greg Norman was pushing his luck. Double bogeyed 12. That's just a little bit disgusting, but this is just a little bit beautiful. On 14, Hale Irwin Gimme. 2 under 69 for Irwin. Tom Watson was putting the pressure on 17, where you can make up a stroke or even 2.
Fight.
It would take a nice chunk. Watson would birdie 17, and he leads at 3 under par. Jack Nicklaus, Ernie Els, Nobilo, Irwin, Hughes, all at 2 under par. Other notables, there you see Curtis Strange, Ozaki, Scott Verplank, and already there are 9 players in under par in the first round at Oakmont. They have held the U.S. Open at Oakmont 7 times, and this is by far the most players who have ever finished the first round under par. We'll have more from Western